And start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Okay, a live players club coming up shortly after 1 o'clock. It'll take us a little bit to dial in Mick and get everything ready to go, but that's right when we're done here at the top of the hour. We'll break down 5 games usually, but we'll have a chat room open where you guys can jump in the conversation. We'll do a live players club coming up after our normal show here in just a second. This show being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher Shop, they give you the steak bet. LT will tell you about that after we hear Nick Saban discussing one of the big topics about this Alabama team moving forward, the transfer portal and the impact it's got on college football right now.
Well, I think, you could go through all the teams that we play, and they've have significant players that have come in from the transfer portal. And Ole Miss certainly has significant players. LSU had significant players last week that, made their team better. And, it's almost like, can you only build your team in the draft, or is there such a thing as free agency now in college football? And for years, NFL teams used both of those things to help build their team. And I think, some teams are doing that. Some teams probably need to do it a little more than others. But I think it creates a lot of parity relative to how fast you can rebuild a team, how fast you can sort of get your team where you need to be very, very competitive. And, I think Ole Miss Lane's done a great job of that.
And the flip side is Alabama largely struck out there.
Yeah, other than Gibbs. But I feel like we've thought on this show that Nick Saban may be more open to doing more of the portal to sort of solve some problems for next year. That was brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher. They bring you the steak bet every day.
Yeah, stop by, see Jim and that great staff at New York Butcher Shop. The absolute best when it comes to the certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Don't forget tonight, Bud Light Game Night. We're out in Trussville. Come out and hang out with us if you're in the area. Trussville Social is where we'll be 5 to 7 p.m. Central Time. And we'll be talking football and a bunch of other stuff, as we always do on a Bud Light Game Night Thursday at Trussville Social. Thanks to Mincy from Barstool, Brock Heward, and our buddy Stan White for being with us. All that, if you missed any, podcasted right there at nextroundlive.com. Remember to like and subscribe wherever you pull us down on our 12 platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're on the eve of another big college football weekend with some huge games. One of those is Alabama, though it's very different than what Alabama has been experiencing in years past under Nick Saban. They really are on the very fringe, really an afterthought of a college football playoff race, but they have a hand in some stuff that could happen, including trying to eliminate Ole Miss from the conversation tomorrow in Oxford. But the big picture has been the conversation over the last 24 hours about the state of the program under Nick Saban. Welcome into the show. We'll start with that today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Tyler the intern, Taylor Corns out in Mission Control on all of our social media platforms at Next Round Live. Remember to like and subscribe. A lot of conversation about where Alabama is and where they're going. Mark Schlabach last night was on the Hey Coach show over in Tuscaloosa at our friends Baumhower's, and he wrote a story. He spent some time with Nick Saban yesterday about where Alabama is and where they're going. And basically, Nick tells him, I'm the head coach. It's not the coordinators. It's not the assistants. If the pupils don't understand the lesson, it's on the teacher. It's on me. I'm the head coach. Here's Nick Saban last night talking more about where Alabama is going in playing Ole Miss this weekend.
When you go play and everybody storms the field, you know, when you get beat, that means that you walked into a place where everybody's taking it personal. Everybody's taking it personal to beat you. And that's because of, you know, what's been created here from a reputation standpoint or whatever and the success that we've had through the years. But I don't know that our players always understand that, because if you don't take it personal, you're not going to be ready for that challenge. And that's something that we've, you know, struggled with a little bit on the road, and we'll have the same kind of challenge this week. And I hope our players understand that, you know, this will be personal for them. So if you don't make it personal for you, you're going to be at a disadvantage.
And that really is what you watch these games, and it does seem the losses at Tennessee and LSU, it seems like one team was in the fight a little harder than the other team was at times.
Well, look, you can't live in the past, and I'll tell you this, they lose to Ole Miss on Saturday, people next year won't be storming the field because it won't be nearly the big deal of beating Alabama at home. You know what's crazy, and I brought this up yesterday during the Players Club, and Brown, I don't know if you heard this, Alabama, their last 8 road games,
okay,
they have trailed 5 of those games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it has been basically over the last 2 years, State in 2021 is the only good road game they've played. Even the wins they have played, they have made tons and tons of mistakes.
I got to be honest. I used to get so bored watching Alabama games, I would throw it on a secondary TV when it was 21-0 in the first quarter.
Right, because you knew how it was going to end.
Yeah, and then I would just sample it throughout. But now these games, I mean, hell, they go to the wire, every one of them.
Yeah, well, you got what you wanted. You got closer games.
Yeah.
Schlabach starts off this way, Brownie, in this thing right here. He says, Nick Saban is frustrated that his football team has lost 2 games by 4 total points, with both defeats coming in the last play of the games on the road. You know, that's a way of saying he's upset, frustrated. You see how close it is, though. Now, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that, you know, if you go back to 2021 and you look at Florida, that was where the first time it started to turn for me with Alabama. And I flushed it because I'm like, that's not Alabama.
Yeah,
that's not their DNA. But if you remember, they jumped out. I think they were 21-0 in that game.
I think so. Yep.
And you're like, oh, here we go again. It's a dominant, maybe it was 21-3, I don't know, but dominant Alabama. You know, they're just going to rip through the SEC again. Saban's got him another team. And then all of a sudden, Florida's lining up for a 2-point conversion to send that game to overtime. And you're like, what in the world has happened here? But I flushed that, Lance. I'm like, no, that's not Alabama. Well, their next road game is where it really changed. And that was at A&M. And they haven't been the same. They have not been the same since that Florida game, and I don't know what it is.
You know, it's weird because they've had moments. You know, A&M, they went up 7 late in that game.
Yep.
Had an opportunity to win the game by double digits.
Gave up a kick return for a touchdown, if I remember right.
I mean, same thing with Tennessee, same thing with LSU. So it's like they're on the fringe. They just don't have that killer instinct This is like a LeBron version of Alabama as opposed to a Kobe Bryant version of Alabama.
Yeah.
Turnovers could be one of the things Nick Saban puts his fingers on. He tells Slayball in the story, you can read at ESPN.com or in our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. We've always been plus in turnover margin and don't turn the ball over. We get turnovers on defense. We've always been the team in the plus category, and then we do a thing that shows you the cost of that turnover. We take all the turnovers for the season and say, what was the result of that? It's like turnovers gained us 4 or 5 points, turnovers lost, you give up 3 or 4 points. And that's where we seem to be lacking right now.
Only Auburn is worse in turnover margin than Alabama. So let that sink in for a minute. This Auburn team has not done a whole lot right, and they're the only team worse in turnover margin than Alabama. And by and large, it's been a hallmark of Nick Saban to lead the conference. I would say, and I'm looking at it right now as I'm talking to you, about half the years he's been the head coach at Alabama, they've led the conference in turnover margin. In the years they haven't, they've been in the top 2 or 3 by and large, including last year. Even last year's team was +8, which was second in the conference, only behind Ole Miss. This year, they are -5.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me right now, if you had another turnover in both the Tennessee and LSU game, another forced turnover, you win those games.
Yep.
Well, but even Tennessee, though, I mean, there was a penalizing turnover against Tennessee. They had a scoop and score. I mean, that is a penalizing turnover. Tennessee gave them 7 points right there, and you still couldn't win the game. I mean, how many times do you think – I mean, this is a weird stat – how many times do you think playing a Nick Saban Alabama team, you've given up a scoop and score and still won the game? Do you know how critical points normally are against Alabama?
Yeah.
And you gave them 7 right there and still lost the game.
Punt return for a touchdown, kick return for a touchdown, pick 6 for a touchdown, fumble recovery
a non-offensive
for a
touchdown. When Gary Danielson used to talk about the knots, the non-offensive touchdown, if you gave Alabama one of those in a game, you probably had just lost the game at that point.
Yeah, or just about any good team. That's usually a death knell.
Right, yeah, but we're talking Alabama. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, any good team, you give them a non-offensive touchdown, you're probably going to lose the game.
Help me out here. 2015 was Alabama in Oxford, right?
Yes.
When they lost back-to-back. Right before half.
No, wait a minute. That was 14.
Yes.
Okay, right before half, there was a scoop and score. Was it Alabama or Ole Miss?
It was Alabama.
Okay. So Alabama had a scoop and score and lost that one.
They did, but that was an Alabama team where you're like, what the crap's going on with this team, right?
Now I will say this. Now this is in the past, and this Alabama team is not like past teams, but since 2008, following a regular season loss, Alabama is 9-0, and they've won those games by an average of 25 points.
So you get pissed, Alabama. Normally,
but I don't know if you can piss this team off.
That's right, and I think that's Nick Saban's point. Does this team take anything personal?
Were they pissed off against Mississippi State, you think? Because that was following the Tennessee road loss.
I don't know.
I mean, they won that game going away, but it just didn't look like – I think we all thought that'd be like 41-0.
I mean, this should be an easy sell. Hey, look, Ole Miss has never been to an SEC championship game. You guys going to let them beat you and possibly go to Atlanta?
Henry Toa joins the conversation in the very next segment. We'll talk to the Alabama linebacker about what's being said about his program as they get ready to go play Ole Miss coming up this weekend. That, of course, a 2:30 game on CBS. More of college football and what's going on the gridiron after LT tells you about our buddy Dr. B, the guy who keeps his hair rising in the rankings.
Nice segue there, Dunaway. I had another hair analysis done by Dr. B in the office about 6 weeks ago. We got the results back. Hair's already 12 to 14% thicker already. I'm still pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today. If you've got a loved one out there and you see them thinning a little bit, let them know. Preemptive strikes. Call 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you.
Another thing Coach said last night in Hey Coach and in the Slayball interview and elsewhere is the style of play. Now, let me backtrack real quick. You know, he was asked by Mark about the coordinators who take a lot of the blame. And if you can go back to the end of the Bryant time as well, Mal Moore took a ton of heat as the offensive coordinator. And several times during Mal's time on the sidelines in Tuscaloosa.
Caught that in the Stallings era too.
I remember Mal Moore. People were saying that he was getting his plays off of hieroglyphics off a cave wall.
I remember he was called Malfunction Moore.
Yeah. So coordinators are always, when you've got a great coach, head coach, he doesn't get the blame. You find other things to blame, and that is oftentimes Bill O'Brien and Pete Golding. Nick Saban defended them again this week, a couple of different times, including last night, saying that he hears every play call, and he has obviously veto power in every call on defense, and he has veto power there. He's in tune with every play that's called, and he basically signs off on every play by not canceling every play or changing every play or calling a timeout. So he's all in on the coordinators. But he did say something, and I brought this up, I can't remember when it was, Brown. Remember when I said it's weird to say this, but Alabama has a Bryce Young problem?
You did say that, yes.
Remember I said it sounds weird to say this, but Alabama has a Bryce Young problem. And he is a dynamic player. You call him the most talented quarterback in Alabama history. He is. But Nick Saban has said now that there is a chance, the last 2 years, because of Bryce's skill set and talent, we have become more of a drop-back pass team. Next year, without Bryce, you can expect us to go back to more of RPO, more of the pro style, more of what you've seen in the past from Alabama, more of a downhill RPO type team.
Seesaw. Chances Bryce Young comes back?
0. Chances Bill O'Brien comes back is the key to Dunaway's and Nick Saban's answer there. I mean, can Bill O'Brien do that? Can you just take Bill O'Brien, who's never been that type of coach?
I've got to say this, though, man. Bryce, the rumor is he made $5 million this year already in NIL.
I would not doubt that. I mean, I saw Anthony Richardson yesterday has made $1 million, Lance. If he can make $1 million.
I mean, if one of his career goals is to win a national championship, it's not going to happen this year. We've seen other quarterbacks do it. Peyton Manning did it, was going to be the number 1 overall pick. Matt Leinart did it. Help me out. There was somebody else big that did it.
Tim Tebow. I mean, it's not like
Sheboy did it in basketball, which was insane. I didn't think he'd come back.
Yeah, he was going to be
was he a lottery guy?
Probably.
Yeah, that
borderline.
size. Yeah, I don't know, Lance. I mean, maybe I said 0 too quickly. Then I mean, just in history. Without NIL, it would be 0. I mean, I guess NIL leaves the door open.
If you're Alabama's collective, do you say, hey, look, we can find you $10 million for next year?
Okay, but can you find me some receivers? I mean, if you're Bryce Young, would you be hungry to come back for any amount of money and throw to those receivers when you could be throwing to NFL receivers?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You just wonder where he's going to be drafted anyway. Like, I think his stock has dropped a little bit.
Do you? Mm-hmm. So where do you think he's going to be drafted?
I think he'd be top 10 still.
My gosh. I mean.
But you're right. He was a top 3 pick.
He was.
Yeah.
What are we? Let me just pull up the standings here. What are we looking at draft wise? Because I do think that makes a difference, right? I mean, if I scan the draft and say, I wouldn't mind playing in that franchise. I mean, it looks like Pittsburgh, but they've already got quarterback. Houston. Oh my gosh, Houston.
Houston is the one, but Houston more than likely is a C.J. Stroud destination.
Okay, so then I'd feel comfortable there. Vegas is going to pick early. The Lions are going to pick early.
We're set on golf, man. We're a golf team.
Put that on repeat. The Panthers are going to need quarterback. They're going to pick early. So I don't know. I mean, I look at that too, Lance. I'm like, all right, if I'm going to go in the top 10, where are the franchises that are going to want me?
Yeah, I think it's interesting in today's NIL. I mean, obviously you're not going to make the money that you will make in the NFL, but the NFL is still going to be there for him. I just wonder how big it is for him to win a national championship, how big of a goal that is.
I mean, I won't say 0%, but it's 1% tops for me.
I would go 5%, just because of the money they make now.
I just don't think you can endure, getting a shoulder injury or something like that just changes everything. You again next year missing games because of injury, then all of a sudden you become labeled as fragile. And
that's true.
Your stock drops even more.
Yeah. I don't know, Lance. I mean, in years past, the answer is absolute 0. Maybe with the portal and with NIL, it's different because, Reed made the point to me the other day. What if Alabama had gotten Jordan Addison? How different would that look? I mean, that could be the difference in them being undefeated in a 2-loss team right now.
I mean, without Jamison Williams last year, how many games did they lose?
That's right. I mean, but Jordan Addison, if you just had him, just had Jordan Addison and those other receivers. I mean,
now the problem is Addison's been out the last 2 weeks.
No,
Back tonight,
but maybe he didn't get hurt in Tuscaloosa. You know. Before, and not to just be all negative, because our buddy Chris Stewart, the voice of the Crimson Tide, who was hosting that show, you saw him up there with Schleybaugh and Nick Saban.
I know, I should have mentioned his name.
Said Dunaway doesn't like Chris, but I think the world of Chris.
I used to like him a lot.
Until he took your job?
Yeah, he took my job so many times.
Maybe he's better than you.
Well, I've said that many times.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Chris said his big takeaway from that is you got a lot of people talking about the retirement of Nick Saban, and he's openly talking about next year's plans already on that bite, which is a good point. I mean, the people that want to retire Nick Saban, here he is talking about, hey, next year, here's how we're doing this. So, I mean, they're not all negatives there.
Yeah. Just the style of play will be interesting if Bryce does move on to the NFL, what they look like moving forward. And you brought this up, LT. How aggressive do they get in the transfer portal? Got a couple of off of that a little bit. One on just how everybody treats Alabama differently when they're on the road right now in this point of history, and a flip in recruiting still to come in this segment. But first, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. If you are a HR person or a small business owner and you just need help in making your company better, Simpio is the way to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the size of the company. These guys can absolutely help you out. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employee benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio is going to take care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has got 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or online for more information, Simpio.com.
John, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Now, John, are you playing that off of what I said in one of our weekend shows, or is that out there now a lot, that a lot of people are calling for Tom Herman as the OC in the future? Because I brought that up on one of our shows, and I was like,
I saw John last night. He was actually out at Trustful Social, hanging out with us for a little bit. We did not have the conversation about Tom Herman, but I have heard most people that bring up offensive coordinator, he is one of 2 or 3 they talk about.
Well, I mean, remember, it was Tom Herman after the 2014 playoff loss that Kirby and Nick brought him down and on his way to Texas to say, hey, tell us what you saw on tape.
Yeah, I do think Kenny Dillingham is going to be a name that, is going to be hot. I know he was at Auburn and didn't do anything at Auburn, but boy, at Oregon, he's looked good.
Boy, I mean, if you just bring that style, just, again, the eye candy that he has, the motion, there's so many different formations, so many looks. And I just truly believe, going back and watching him, he was the offensive coordinator the year they went to the Birmingham Bowl, was he not? Or was it the year right after?
Dillingham?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
They all run together for me.
Anyway, if they would have let him loose, I think it would have been a little bit different at Auburn.
Michael is saying Joe Brady. That'll be a name that a lot of people.
Hey, has anybody gone missing more than Joe Brady?
I mean, seriously, I could not tell you what he's doing right now.
Should have taken one of those head coaching jobs in college when he had an opportunity to do it.
Because he got fired last year, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's not like he just got canned early this year. He's a year, and I mean, he is in witness protection.
All right. So here, you heard Nick Saban talk about how other people, it's personal, wanting to beat Alabama when they come to town. We know Ole Miss is sitting there ready to rush the field. Mincy told us that yesterday. Brown, week 11, you think it's odd that Ole Miss is unveiling this on week 11? Take a look at your screen if you're watching this. Yeah, new uniforms. Not for the football team, guys. Not for the football team. Not for the cheerleaders. The freaking band, the marching band at Ole Miss, will debut a new look uniform for the future starting this Saturday against Alabama.
So we got new band uniforms in August.
The feather looks the same.
They are rolling new uniforms for the Ole Miss marching band, whatever they're called, the Marching Sharks, whatever they are.
The sound of the South.
Yeah,
I really don't know.
I love how they're trying to make this like an intimidating look.
Oh, wait at the end.
Fog machine.
Wait, I think you get a little gritty at the end on the midfield.
but new uniforms for the Ole Miss band starting Saturday moving forward. I mean, that's something you do to start a season, Brown.
Yeah, that is it's weird timing. Yeah. Oh. The band guy's doing the gritty.
Week 11, we got new band
Wow.
uniforms.
What is band camp like in Oxford?
Better than it is at State, according to you. Band uniforms, pretty big game. All right.
By the way, I forgot. Joe Brady, Bills quarterback coach. Thanks, Joe McCarthy from Culver's, watching us down at Culver's. That gave us the heads up there.
He's doing a pretty good job there. Way to go, Joe Brady.
Well, you know.
Henry Toa in the next segment, and then we'll get to a big commitment that'll make LT's head explode when it starts off, just because he loves cars. All that still to come. Show brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Thank you to Odie's for everything they do for us here on the show, and thank you to Odie's for making LT's Wednesday nights so fun.
Yes. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village. Enjoy this fall weather this weekend. Go watch all of the games. Sit outside on that patio. Enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light and, of course, great food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Again, fantastic patio for viewing. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, when we come back, Alabama linebacker Henry Toa on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the Enviro Lawn Service from our friends at Wayne's. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
On this Veterans Day, thank you to all the wonderful men and women, brave men and women who have served our country. We celebrate you every day, but especially today around the globe, and you'll see a lot of specialty ceremonies at football stadiums in high school and college tonight and all day in college football tomorrow. And thank you to everyone who showed up yesterday to see the Clydesdales, the Budweiser Clydesdales, out on Tyler Road to Piggly Wiggly. You got a chance again at the Kerrigan House tonight and part of the Veterans Day Parade today. So thanks for coming and supporting the veterans today at the Veterans Parade and taking a look at the Budweiser Clydesdales.
Alabama linebacker Henry To'oTo'o up with us next on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you, decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light say have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Henry To'oTo'o with us now. Henry, what is up, man? How are you today?
What's up, guys? You guys good?
Doing great. You all right?
Oh, yeah, you know I'm good.
I know you're good, but I do know it's also been a tough week coming off a loss there in Baton Rouge, and a lot of fans at least have been asking a lot of questions. How has this team responded in this week leading up to the Ole Miss game, trying to fix what went wrong but still prepare for the Rebs?
I think, we handled it pretty well, and I also think that just comes with, how well you handle adversity and how much of a competitor are you, and how willing are you to be able to do the work it takes to be able to, be the team that you want to be and achieve the goals that you want. So I think the guys understand that. I think the guys had great energy this week. That's definitely not how we wanted to get out of Death Valley, but if you take a loss as a loss, then it's a loss. But if you take it as a lesson, then it'll help you throughout the, your road and your life as a competitor.
Henry, there is something different about this team on the road. I mean, we brought up the number earlier in the show that y'all's last 8 road games, 5 of those games you've trailed in the fourth quarter. And it seems like, you go back to, 2008 to 2020, Alabama the games were already over in the fourth quarter. Do you sense something different about this team on the road?
I don't know. I can give you the answer. I ain't gonna lie, but we prepare really hard for road games. Coach Saban has his way of practicing for road games and how we prepare for road games the same way he's been doing it for the past some odd years when he was here. So that he's been here. So I think it just comes with the guys on the team and how we approach a road game and how we prepare for it and how we look at it as a road game, as an opportunity to be able to clear the stadium, to get the opposing fans out of there and shut them out. So, I really can't give you an answer on that one.
Henry To'oTo'o on with the next round here. You're used to playing for championships. Everybody in that locker room, that's what you're used to playing for. And that seems to be a very, 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 very fringe thing, long shot now. Talk to me about motivation this weekend. What is the message from the coaches and from the leaders on this team on the motivation to go to Ole Miss and continue to win games?
I said something yesterday to our team. We have a players meeting every Thursday, and it's kind of just respect. Getting your respect back playing to a standard of Alabama and being able to uphold that name. And, we all came here to Alabama to play for championships, like you said, but being able to uphold that A on your chest and the last name on your back, everything that you do, for 6 seconds at a time, for one play at a time, upholding that standard, getting that respect back, having people, realize that this is still Alabama. Like, Alabama isn't going nowhere. This is still Alabama, and we're the standard. And Alabama is what people want to be, and making people realize that when we step on the field on Saturday.
Alabama's Henry To'oTo'o on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you decide to ride. Alabama, Ole Miss, 2:30 CBS. I got to imagine as a player you're sick and tired of having to fight through opposing fans to get to the locker room. I mean, that's got to be motivation enough, right? Is just to be able to leave the field without having to fight through a sea of fans. You get rushed every time you lose a game on the road. You know that.
Oh yeah, I mean, no other team gets rushed on the field except us. When we get beat, teams get happy they beat us because obviously we're the standard. So, definitely got to go into Ole Miss this weekend and play our ball for 60 minutes or no matter how much longer it takes to come out with a win. But definitely go out there and play, for 6 seconds at a time, do your job, execute, and play physical.
Hey, back to last week, LSU's first possession. I thought you had a clean lick on Jaden Daniels. They threw the flag for roughing the passer. When you guys went back and looked at that film, was it roughing the passer?
I mean, they didn't deduct me for that. I didn't, usually we have a production chart and they write down every single penalty you have, every single tackle, stuff like that. And I didn't see it as it. When I hit him, because I was already taking a step to hit him. So, I mean, it is what it is. He felt it, though.
Yeah, I know that was a clean hit. Is he one of the slipperiest quarterbacks you've ever played against, though? There's just something about him. He's just, I don't know, the way he moves around, people just don't get clean hits on that guy.
Yeah, it's hard to get a hit on. I ain't gonna lie. It's hard, especially when he gets out the pocket and starts moving around and he starts using his leg. It's hard to hit him outside the pocket. So being able to get a lick on him when he's just standing still, you got to take advantage of those moments, especially on a guy like that.
Obviously, a lot of NFL talent in your locker room. I want to ask you, was there in your mind or any of your friends, leaders' minds who are going to be NFL draftees to maybe start shutting this thing down at all? Any discussion or anything in your mind about, hey, maybe I got to start thinking about my future?
Be where your feet are. That's our biggest saying. And we live and die by that. Be where your feet are. We're really, none of the guys that are draft eligible are worried about it. I mean, if they are, then, they're doing a great job of keeping it on the low. But, we have a saying of being where your feet are. Every single moment, every single time that you're at practice or you're at a game, be where your feet are. So I think everybody's been doing a great job, and I haven't seen nobody really worried about it. But you come here to play for Alabama, and when your time's done at Alabama, then you can focus on that.
Henry To'oTo'o with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Is Lane Kiffin and his offense, the Ole Miss offense, is it the most difficult you prepare for each year because of some of the wild things he does? Is it top five? I mean, how difficult is this offense to prepare for?
Oh, he's definitely top five. They probably move, I wouldn't say as fast as Tennessee, but they move quick. They move really, really fast, and they move efficient. So that makes the offense hard to stop, and especially with the things that he does and he draws up for his offense and trying to get guys the ball, trying to get guys open. It's crazy. It's almost like Coach Sark. Sark is somebody you want to be able to prepare for and prepare for the worst because you expect him to come out with some crazy stuff. So, it's out of him and Sark. I ain't gonna lie. Those are my two hardest guys to prepare for.
You guys only give up 104 rushing yards per game. On the other side, they're third nationally, almost 268 yards per game on the ground. Do you enjoy a team that is going to run the football, playing against a team like that?
Man, that's what you live for as a linebacker. I ain't gonna lie. That's what you gotta, that's what you signed up for. You didn't sign up to go out and, drop out in zones and stuff like that. But definitely live for those kind of moments that you want to be able to pat your stats, get some TFLs, get some tackles, and being able to go one-on-one with a running back. So definitely excited about it. So, you just got to embrace the opportunity.
All right, 15 tackles Saturday, or we can't do this next week. We all right with that?
Okay. I got you.
All right, Henry.
We got.
All right.
Hey, what's the most you've ever had in a game, even going back to like high school?
Going back to high school, I think my most in high school was like 22, 23. Yeah,
it's pretty
like
active. Yeah.
I mean, that would be a good day, too. I know it's probably a lot to ask, but that'd be a good day, too. Henry, thank you very much for the time. Good luck against Ole Miss, and we'll see you again next Friday.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Take care. Henry Toa with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride before you ever take that first drink. Have a plan in place. That's how Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you to decide to ride.
Also, Alabama Power keeping you connected and making it easier for you to take care of everything you need with our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, if you've got an online account with Alabama Power, when you have one, you're given easy access to view and pay your bill, as well as update your contact information, and it ensures you receive important information. Also benefit for convenient tools like Digital Wallet, where you can pay your bill with Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, or Venmo. It is secure, it is your choice, and you can see more at alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Tesla talk, all that interview did was piss me off all over again. Alabama fan wanting some wins. Jonathan over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, it's time to appreciate that it's hard to win games and step back in awe of what Bama's been able to do the last 15 years.
66% of the time, the home team has won straight up. It's no point spread or anything. 66% of the time, Ivan Maisel did the numbers, which is the most since that stat has been tracked. So statistically, it is harder now to win on the road than it ever has been in college football. That's no excuse. I mean, look, Alabama lost the games. I'm not trying to dismiss that, but I am saying statistically it's harder to do it than it ever has been for, I'm sure, a variety of reasons.
Well, yeah, and I think one of those reasons is I think the talent pool is starting to balance out now with the transfer portal.
Yeah, Henry Toa with us every week, part of our NIL deal with him. We appreciate him taking the time to be with us. Again, I'll say a thank you to all of you who came out yesterday. We were blown away by the number of the next round folks who showed up at the Piggly Wiggly on Tyler Road. We
shut down Bluff Park.
We got there, and I texted Brown. I said, I've never gotten off Alford and turned left off 65 up towards Tyler Road that way. I didn't know you got to the top of Bluff Park that way. I've lived here my whole life. So as I turn left, I'm in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and I'm thinking, is there a school right here or what? And then I get up to the end of Alford to turn onto Tyler Road, and I can't turn. There are so many people there at 2 o'clock to see the Clydesdales. So if you didn't get a chance to see them yesterday with the Clydesdales, you can see them today at the Veterans Day Parade, tonight at Kerrigan House from 4 to 6. The hitch will be there. And then the best chance to see them, the Lakeview District tomorrow, 2 to 4. And then Sunday up in Coleman at the Christmas marketplace. So they're beautiful animals.
Majestic. I would call them majestic animals.
You just stare at them. They're beautiful.
Massive.
Yeah.
Well, I've never personally gotten to see them, and I drove past yesterday. I saw them from a distance. I thought we'd roll up yesterday, be able to go out, get pictures made. And I estimated there was thousands of people. I think there was between 1,000 and 2,000 people.
Yeah, it was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
And we appreciate the law enforcement agents who showed up and was controlling the chaos. So get there today at Kerrigan's house or tomorrow in the Lakeview District and enjoy the Clydesdales while they're in town. And we appreciate Bud Light, everything they do on the show here. A big flip in recruiting yesterday. Rockstar, if you can pull up that recruiting video here, I'll give you a second, then I'll tell you when to hit it. His name is Jaden Rashada.
Oh, my.
Jaden Rashada is a 4-star quarterback. He plays at Pittsburgh High School out in California, Pittsburgh, California. He was going to go to Miami.
Yeah.
But last night he flipped to the Florida Gators, and he made the announcement on Twitter. Rockstar hit the video so my man LT can see the car he rolls into. It's a Lamborghini, and they let him drive it onto the Florida Field swamp.
No, they did not. He's got a Lambo inside Florida Field.
Jaden Rashada making the flip to be a Florida Gator. Greetings from Florida. He's on his way as a 4-star quarterback from California. Not going all the way to Miami now. He's flipping to Florida.
Look, I'm never going to give up watching college football, but boy, I mean, it's a different world. I mean, how disrespectful. You're going to drive a Lamborghini out on that field and you've never even taken a snap in the SEC?
Yeah. I mean, you put the when they used to say, well, you can't criticize the kids. Like even when a team, Alabama or Auburn fans would boo the team as they were playing poorly or leaving the field, you can't boo the fans. They're not booing the fans, they're booing the coordinators. And people would not want you to be as critical of the players. When you do stuff like that, that's taken away.
He's a professional.
He's a professional now. So if I'm a Florida fan or a member of the Florida media, or if we're talking about Jaden Rashada, I will treat him after that like an NFL player.
Yeah.
And I'll be as critical as I would an NFL player.
We're all capitalists, so I don't mind him getting what he can get.
Well, I'm not saying he's got a Lamborghini. He just used it for the video.
Well, I know.
I mean, it doesn't mean he has one.
Well, there's a reason he flipped from what has become a big collective with Miami to Florida.
That's right.
And I don't think it was about what we've seen from Florida this year.
Yep.
Caleb says he drove a Lambo in the same field that Tebow spit up blood and threw jump passes on.
I mean, it's pretty wild, isn't it?
I mean, it really is. I mean, it's such a different era, and you just wonder how this is going to drive some coaches out. You think Nick Saban wants to put up with a guy driving a Lamborghini out on the right day?
I don't know. Can Jaden Rashada lead you to a national championship?
Could Rashada catch passes and be in Oxford by Saturday at 2:30?
Dustin says no more amateur sports anymore. They weren't amateur sports to begin with. And I actually think the concept of amateurism is stupid anyway.
You've always said that.
I have always said that. So I have no problem with this because amateurism is just a dated, stupid concept that was based in a lot of crappy things. I've never understood the glorification of it, right? I don't understand why it's bad for a guy to get paid for doing his craft. We celebrate that in every arena except for this little handful of sports. All of that said, I don't think it's going to be the death of the sport. I think that's silly for people to talk about that.
I don't appreciate the fact that the kid has never, even gone through one practice. He's got his starter Gators jersey on. He's rolling a Lamborghini out onto a field.
But when you're Billy Napier, you do anything to get the guy. You need a quarterback.
Yeah, but I think we can do it a different way.
Some coaches can, some you can't.
Apparently not. Not with this kid.
What he needs to do is take some quarterbacks that have been bad for him, just throw them to Gators, film that.
You wouldn't want to play for him then. All right, that's how the show's off and rolling. When we come back, we'll do our 4 downs today. LT has that. And then the pick 3 at the top of the hour. And then at 10:25, our Monday's headlines. That's the straight-ahead lineup. And our look ahead brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Looking to the future, a lot of places now in college football. Michelson will make it a lot clearer.
I mean, just great people, great staff at Michelson Laser Vision, located UAB Highlands. Again, one of the best decisions I ever made was going to see Dr. Mark Michelson. It's been 20 years. I've still got the 2015 vision. Make the phone call that I made if you've been procrastinating, wondering if LASIK is right for you. It's as simple as this. Call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Call today, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Back with you here in the next round. We got 4 downs here in this segment. But first, Rockstar, tell us about your guy, Adam Mestre.
My guy's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Did you know of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022? Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so you know he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Forrester has some video last night. The players and some fans got a chance to walk through Auburn's new football facility. I mean, in the whole pursuit, and you see the walking. Carnell Williams leading the way last night, how beautiful this new facility is. This is one of those great selling points when you're in a coaching search right now.
Yeah, because everybody focuses, when you say facilities, everybody thinks, or used to, I think it has changed because people have become educated on this. Is that a grass hill they're rolling down like they're at Clemson?
Wow.
I mean,
I do like a shower with the jets on the sides.
Do you now?
Yeah, I really do.
That's a heck of a shower. But when you talk facilities, that's the one the players are in the most. When you're recruiting, that's what sells. Yeah, I mean, the stadium's nice and the game day atmosphere, that's a huge plus. But they're in the stadium 5-6 times a year. They're in that thing every single day. That's recruiting right there.
I'm telling you, if I was a recruit, I'd be like, hey, this is where I want to live.
In the facility?
Yeah, in that facility.
Well, do y'all have a bed in here?
There's a lot of college football players watching right now saying, "Oh, you do. You end up spending about 14 hours a day in there."
Yeah, I mean that's recruiting right there. That's what sells. If you don't have a facility like that in the SEC, you're not going to recruit in the top 10 consistently.
So
period.
They showed that off last night. Open house there down at Auburn on this big Texas A&M weekend. A beautiful sight there. Tank Bigsby, whether he was joking or not, talking about being back again next year for the Auburn Tigers.
Well, good, because there was some speculation in the offseason. Was he going to be back for this year?
Yeah, I thought he might transfer.
Yeah.
Let's do 4 downs now. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires, 4 great locations. In that 5th one coming to Pell City. We talked to somebody from Pell City last night who drove by the building and said, "Oh, it's so close."
Yeah, and we'll be out there once they open up. So looking forward to that. Again, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated. Fantastic people. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More total touchdowns on Sunday, Tom Brady or Geno Smith?
I'm going to say Tom Brady in that one. They're not running the ball very well. The only offense they have, much like Alabama's at times, is throwing the football. And I think Tampa Bay wins this game, not just because I'm wearing a Tampa Bay Veterans Wear T-shirt today, but I am, and I'm a Buccaneer fan. I think they win the game. I know Seahawks are trending to have a better season. Geno's been special. I think the Buccaneer defense keeps it rolling good. I'll take Tom Brady.
Sheesh, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm inclined to go Brady, but boy, your receivers don't seem to help him a ton.
They don't, but
I mean, it's like what we talked about with Bryce Young all week.
It really is. They don't seem to be in the same place
They
where the
really
ball's
don't.
going. Yeah,
They really don't seem to help him a whole lot.
I think there's a lot Brown off of that last second come from behind win in the game they shouldn't have won last week against the Rams. That's going to jumpstart this team a little bit.
Yeah.
I like them.
I think I'll go Brady in this one.
I think I'll take Geno Smith.
Uh-oh.
Second down.
More points scored this weekend. Wisconsin against Iowa or the Packers against the Cowboys?
The Packers themselves, not combined Packers-Cowboys, right?
No.
Is Wisconsin-Iowa combined?
Nope.
It's just Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wisconsin versus
Basketball
Iowa.
or football?
Or
I'm just
Packers
making sure I got the right
Cowboys.
thing. I'm going to go against the trend here. I'm going to take the Packers versus the Cowboys.
I think I'd take Wisconsin here.
I think I would too.
See, I think that is the answer.
The smart play.
So I'm playing the opposite of that.
I mean, how many points do you think the Packers can score in this game?
It's my Costanza weekend.
Yes.
After going 6-17 in my office pool last week, everything's opposite.
Based on what I've seen, I think they top out, like if everything broke the right way, 24 points. I mean, they have been awful.
How are they going to get to 24? I mean, you're right. Everything's got to break the right way.
I mean, I think they're more 17 this week.
Yeah, I think I'd go Wisconsin there. Yeah.
Third down.
Big day for Lazard.
He's going to need it.
Okay, bigger number Saturday, Georgia points or Will Rogers completions?
So in a normal game, Will Rogers probably, what did he do against Alabama? 30 completions, 31?
Yeah, he's probably chunking it 55 times a game.
Yeah.
He's
now,
probably typically 36 to 40 of 55.
I say he gets, how many possessions will he get in the game? 11?
All right, so Jim,
10.
I'll just give you this number. Against Alabama, he had 30 completions. I was spot on there. 30 of 60 against Bama.
That sounds about the same again.
Against Kentucky, he had 25. So those are some of the better defenses he's going against.
I'll take Georgia. Georgia will score 38 in this one.
Only 38?
Maybe 44, maybe 64. It'll be a lot.
Somewhere from 38 to 64.
I'm going to take Will Rogers completions.
I think I'll take Georgia points here because we've seen how Georgia can shrink a game. So Rogers is going to have fewer and fewer attempts.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you tell me number of average possessions they get in a game, I think 3 completions a drive is what he'll get.
Fourth down.
Leo DiCaprio, 48 years old today.
I saw that.
Better career, Leo or Willie Nelson?
Well, I mean, not every song in the world goes through Willie Nelson, but every script goes through Leonardo DiCaprio.
That is a great point,
Listen,
Dunaway.
I think the world of Willie Nelson. So this is not a shot at Willie Nelson, and but I'll go Leonardo DiCaprio.
You know, unfortunately for Willie is an icon in music, but Rockstar, I think you would agree with this. Willie's held on a long time, and maybe for a lot of people has tarnished his image a little bit.
See, I think, I understand what you're saying, Brown. I think he's the kind of guy that people go to see just to say,
I saw
Willie
Bob
Nelson
Dylan.
while I was alive. Yeah.
Well, I think Willie Nelson sounds a little better now than Bob Dylan does now.
Yeah.
But
Well,
also,
Bob
would you
Dylan's-
rather him hang it up and just
See, I don't know. I'm
live
just
on
saying.
royalties?
I know what you're saying. I mean, for Willie, it looks like Willie got in IRS trouble, and he's just trying to cash checks, which, you shouldn't turn your nose up at that. I mean, people are just trying to work and make money. I get it. But I am saying, I think a lot of people feel like, Rockstar, you said it yourself. That guitar has been a prop for him for 10 years now.
I mean, you hear it play, it's like so out of tune.
Yeah.
But,
But
it's so gross.
he takes his whole family on the road when they go, and he's paying feeding a lot of people.
I'll go Leo. I think Leo, you can make an argument, is best actor of our generation.
Yeah, you can make that argument.
You can make an argument best actor of all time. I mean, he's in the discussion.
Yep.
I mean, Lance, if he's
you're the best of a generation,
yeah,
then
you
you're,
got to be in the
you're at least
discussion.
in the playoffs.
That's right. And I don't know that you would ever say that about Willie, even in country music.
Yeah,
I mean, Willie
Rusty's
Nelson-
right. Leo goes through every 21 to 25-year-old model as well. Willie ain't doing that.
They look a little different.
Yeah.
The two of them, yeah.
Willie's harvesting other stuff, though.
Has he ever been the sexiest man alive?
No,
People
not at
magazine.
all. But I'm sure Leo.
I don't think Leo has either.
Yeah, but he's far closer to winning it than
I'm
Willie.
sure he probably
Yes.
refuses it every year.
You know, it's funny. There's a lot of girls out now that are like, Leo was really cute back in the day, but he's gotten really banged up the older he gets.
Yeah, he gets after it, man.
He does.
He's got a little bit of a track record.
If I said Leo or LeBron James.
But you're going to act like Willie Nelson didn't get tail when he was 48 years old? I mean, the guy's 88
he still
million years
does.
old
He's
now.
still getting tail.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Different crop.
But Leo's the answer. I said that about 5 minutes ago.
Speaking of which, he's a crop duster now.
but Willie Nelson is an icon. It's an acquired taste for a lot of people, but he's an icon.
I called him an icon, by the way.
Okay, is he on the Mount Rushmore of country music singers?
No.
I would not.
Just male guys.
No.
I would not put him.
No,
As
he is not.
DiCaprio on the Mount Rushmore great actors.
You could make that argument.
I would say, yeah.
Closer than I think Willie is on the singers, on the country music singers.
There you go. We did the Mount Rushmore, which I think Brown has said before. He does not like Mount Rushmore discussions.
Only in July.
Yeah.
It's the only month you can do it.
That is Vulcan Tires 4 Downs.
Again, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th. Anything you need from the brakes, tires, wheel alignment, and more, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop and see our guys at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Our Backyard Alabama scoreboard update from last night. You had a Memphis win over Tulsa, 26-10 last night. Ivory with a good game last night. Louisiana, they beat Georgia Southern 36-17. Both those teams now 5-5. They're looking for bowl eligibility. A couple of interesting games tonight. One of them really good. ECU and Cincinnati. I like games at Cincinnati Nippert Stadium. Fun place to watch a game.
Yep.
Get a little weather tonight, a little temperature. The Pirates and the Bearcats there, 6-3 ECU. Cincinnati 7-2, 7 o'clock on ESPN2. And also tonight, Colorado on the road at USC in the Coliseum, 8:30 on FS1. Fresno and UNLV at the beautiful stadium in Vegas at 9:30 on the CBS Sports Network. That's your Backyard Adventure scoreboard update, brought to you by the great folks at Backyard Adventure. If you want to score big with your kids, make it a Backyard Adventure playground this holiday season. Sign up for Christmas. Whether you're watching us in Birmingham, Atlanta, or anywhere, go to this website, backyardalabama.com, and see if they have a location near you, delivery near you, backyardalabama.com for the Backyard Adventure playground, the alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals, and so much more. They set them up, they take them down, they move them anytime you need them moved, maintenance programs, landscaping, and a lot more. Backyardalabama.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Patrick in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
Leave it, Dunaway.
Used to work with Forrester over at ABC 3340. Forrester's an Auburn grad. Patrick's a Bama guy. Patrick, Forrester doing some recruiting for Auburn on that commercial break. I wasn't paying attention. We were shooting other videos.
It was he was playing the video from the new football facility.
So you gave him 4.5 minutes of Auburn and an Auburn push there, Forrester. Is that what happened?
Yeah, is that a problem?
Oh no, not a problem. Not a problem.
When have we ever shown Alabama stuff? He's done more recruiting for Kentucky and Will Levis than any school.
Correct.
Hey, I don't worry about promotion. I'm just trying to get the Alabama players off the field. That's my main job. I got my security hat on today.
Battle red.
You can get all the gear, including the battle red and the Love You Blue hats, right over there in the Next Round store, nextround.store, nextround.store, and check them out. Part of this hour is going to include our Monday's headlines. We'll do that in our next segment. We're about to do our pick 3 here and talk about some of the games that you can go play at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Basketball tonight, though, before we get back to football. Last night, Samford is a winner. You get an aircraft carrier on Veterans Day game tonight, Rockstar. Michigan State and Gonzaga. Remember, Gonzaga is coming to town here in a few weeks to play Alabama down at the Legacy Arena.
Michigan State seems to always be on that aircraft carrier.
I agree. It seems like they've played a lot of those, haven't they?
They love to play a carrier game. Michigan State Gonzaga tonight, 5:30 ESPN out in the San Diego. They'll be playing on the USS Abraham Lincoln tonight.
That's insane to me.
Yeah.
Who came up with that idea?
No, I remember the first year they did it. It's been years ago, the first time they did it. And just aesthetically, like the cameras and all, I mean, it is gorgeous. Like the sun was setting in the background, and it looked really, really cool. I don't know that you get great basketball. I mean, really bad.
Get that wind going.
Got some outside wind.
I get why they're doing it. I'd love for them to do, go to Rucker Park. Where the
play an outdoor game with chains.
The playground legends have played.
Rocky, it reminds me of the dream I had last night. This is no joke. We're doing a show at the Floribama for the Army-Navy weekend, Friday and Saturday, with a lot of the military veterans in the area. And on this Veterans Day, last night I dreamed Brown walked into the what's that upstairs room that we do the show from? With
That's
the concert?
songwriters room.
No, the main room.
The main room.
I think they call it the main room, but it's where they do songwriters.
Brown walked in to do the show, and he's dressed in his Maverick outfit from Halloween, and he had to change 5 minutes into the first segment.
Because they got pissed?
Because they were so pissed off at him. They were calling him Flyboy and stuff. Oh, you get out of here,
It was
Flyboy.
either this or the Brown Bandit. And Brown Bandit's only on Tuesdays.
Which one do y'all want?
Dude, I'll never forget a guy, Matt Murphy, he did a play or something, but he was dressed up as like a general, or it was some kind of thing. And we had some clients come up, and one of them's an ex-vet. And boy, he was pissed.
Yeah. Was he really?
Oh,
But was it? I mean, I'm not wearing the legitimate uniform. Was Matt wearing a legitimate uniform?
It looked like it.
Yeah, see, I think that's where they draw the line. I think if they know I'm wearing a Halloween costume, they'd be cool with it. I'm not going to do it for the
Halloween. Everybody does Halloween in December,
I
November.
was sitting there in the segment. I was like, Brown, please, this is turning bad, man.
So
please.
awkward. Oh, I can imagine, man.
I've got the need. You got to stop. You gotta stop.
You did have dog tags on.
I did have dog tags.
They
on,
brought that up. You got those plastic damn tags.
What would it cost you to, if we all dressed up like that, we probably would get killed.
Yeah, that's the way it was trending in my dream. Absolutely. All right, so basketball tonight is what I was talking about on the carrier. Samford won last night. Auburn at home tonight, 7 o'clock USF. They're a 20-point favorite in that one. Alabama, a more interesting game at home against Liberty tonight. Alabama, an 8.5-point favorite. And then UAB's part of the Barstool basketball tournament up in Philly. Andy Kennedy's team only a 5.5-point favorite against Toledo. That's a 4 o'clock tip, tipping basketball today. If you want to play any of those games, you can do it with our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag is where you go and use the code next round, and they will match that initial deposit halfway, all the way up to $1,000. Let me do some Sachs High School, Jacksonville State University math for you. You deposit $200, they match it halfway with another $100, $300, and you play with it right away. That's how the math works right there. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. You can also play their money bag prop, where you place your bets, spin the wheel, and get ready to score epic odds on the best teams, athletes, and events. Fun game there where you can win. mybookie.ag, code next round to match that deposit bonus halfway up to $1,000. mybookie.ag, code next round.
All right. Pick 3. You know how to play it, right? You go to nextroundlive.com and you pick out your set of games and try to go 3-0. You get a chance to be in the playoffs. Lunsford, it's week 13, right? Is it rivalry weekend? Yes, it is. So we got this week and next week. That's the week that you get a chance to make it into the championship round. And then in week 13, we'll be playing for the grand prizes at the end of the year. Big prize packet that we do every week. So that's coming up this week and next week. Your last chance is to get 3-0, and it's the pick 3 here on the next round. Rocky?
Pick 3, it's time for the pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
Hey, and of course, it's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. 12 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including the new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. And don't forget, takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Do we have the pick 3 standings? Do we want to show that right here, or we want to do that a little bit later on? Either way. Brown is killing that right now.
Oh, I am?
Yeah,
Gosh.
16-14. But LT slid into a tie, and I'm 15-15. We'll do our games a little bit later
I don't think
on.
anybody's killing.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what we are? It's amazing to me, and I notice this every week, that that Chris Felica fella on Game Day, that they build segments around his picks, and he's like below 500, and you can pick any game you want. And I started thinking, look, I barely think about it on the pick 3, and I'm better than him. And then I looked it up just to see, well, maybe this is a crap year for him. I don't really follow that. Lifetime, he's like 500, and I'm like, why did they do that on Game Day? Why is the guy giving out picks that's 500?
In the LT pool, that's where you get Alabama minus 11.5 and Ole Miss. Just a quick, you can get our full play at the Players Club on that, but a quick lean or thought on Alabama Ole Miss LT in our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3.
Yeah, again, it comes down to Ole Miss. Will they be able to run the football? And they've been able to run the football on everybody up until this point. I go back, though, watching Ole Miss against LSU and how dominant LSU was, and I just think Alabama's going to flex here. Again, 9-0 since 2008 following a loss, winning those games by an average of 32-7. I know they've got their road woes, but I think Alabama's the better team. I'm not sure where Ole Miss is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alabama can limit the rush. They're not going to take the rush away. Lane doesn't go away from the run. Even when you limit it, he continues to hammer, to his credit, to hammer the run to keep you honest and force Jackson Dart to either beat you with his legs or beat you downfield. And we've seen Alabama, obviously, over the years, and just last Saturday night, struggle with quarterbacks beating you with the legs. But I do think Alabama can limit the rush enough to put more of this on Jackson Dart.
North Carolina and Wake Forest also in the LT pool there. If you want to play that one, Wake Forest minus 4.5 in that one. And I get the feeling you guys are saying Wake Forest wins this game, that's not a big enough number for you to take North Carolina.
Look, Wake, for whatever reason, this offense has gone the other way. I mean, Sam Hartman starts out the season 21 touchdowns, 3 interceptions through first 7 games. Last 2 games, 3 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I think that flips around, though. They're 10-3 against the number versus top 15 teams since 2015. I like Wake in this one. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored. And I finally think Drake May has a couple of mistakes here, and I think that'll be the difference.
I mean, you talk a lot about Nick Saban's future. What about Mac Brown at North Carolina? You think he's back next year? You think Gene Chizik came out of retirement is back next year?
That's one reason I like Wake here is how bad that defense has been. They're last in everything, Lance, defensively in the ACC. And I'll give Coach Chizik, who you know we love on this show, I'll give him a little bit of leeway early in the season, but it just doesn't seem like they've improved any of that. I know they struggled early, and it's his first year back, so you're like, okay, they'll improve. They haven't improved anything.
Yeah, look,
if
they're going to win, it's going to be with Drake May not making mistakes. This is pretty amazing, though. 9 straight games with 250 yards passing and multiple touchdowns. He's looking to do it 10 straight. The only players to ever do that in ACC history, Kenny Pickett last year and Deshaun Watson.
Wow.
And Drake May, in his first year as a starting quarterback,
has a chance to do that one. 3 o'clock on the SEC Network. If you have multiple TVs on the other side of the Alabama-Ole Miss game, you can throw South Carolina and Florida in there. That's the another one of LT's game where Florida's minus 8.5. They're going to be down a couple of receivers. South Carolina down a really good DB. Big game for South Carolina. Does this get them to 7 wins if they get this win?
It does, and this is a game they won 40-17 last year over Dan Mullen in Florida.
This was the Dan Mullen got fired game, I think.
And Spencer Rattler, 3 touchdowns in the win over Vanderbilt last week. That matches his season total in 7 games against other FBS schools.
But Florida is probably coming off their second best performance of the year. I would still say their best performance is Utah.
It is.
But I think going on the road and winning the way they did at A&M, they really flexed a little bit in the second half of that game. And A&M, couldn't move the football. Florida was still moving. I thought Florida looked really good in the second half against A&M. So they're coming off probably – it might be their best performance. I don't know. I mean, I know they beat Utah, but Utah had every opportunity. Florida was the obvious better team in that game Saturday in College Station.
So Anthony Richardson, one of 5 FBS quarterbacks with at least 2 games with multiple pass and rushing touchdowns. You guys probably can guess some of the others, right? Multiple pass and rush touchdowns. He's one of 5 FBS quarterbacks with at least 2 games.
C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix.
C.J. Stroud hasn't done it.
No, Bo Nix is one.
Bo Nix definitely has.
C.J. Stroud hasn't done it?
Mm-mm.
I would guess Bryce Young.
Caleb Williams.
Bryce Young hasn't done it.
Bo Nix, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Jaden Daniels, and believe it or not, Mike Wright from Vanderbilt.
Mike Wright.
Wow, I'm surprised Bryce Young hasn't done it. I thought he had run it in at least a couple times.
I would have thought Caleb Williams would have done it too. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, I'll need you to reevaluate that.
That is LT's pool. On the Dunaway pool, the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 in just a second. But first, Brownie, tell us about the great folks at the JohnstonRVCenter.com. Remember, they're part of our pregame show. We do it right in the middle of the 3-hour college game day on ESPN, 8 to 9 if you want to watch the beginning of that and the end of that show. But right smack dab in the middle, come join us live every Saturday morning, 9 to 10, as we set the table for a little basketball.
That
a little football.
That is right. A little football, Jim. JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They're clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. You want to upgrade a fifth wheel? How about that 2022 Wildcat 302BH, $399 a month, 10% down, and approved credit. Sleeps 8 comfortably. 2 air conditioners, large screen TV. You can see it for yourself. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And as always, our show being brought to you in part by these wonderful folks. Ghost Energy Drinks. Try these wonderful flavors: the blue raspberry, the red berry, the citrus, tropical mango, the sour watermelon warheads, a delicious variety of flavors. Ghost Energy, 0 sugar. They are fantastic, perfect to keep you awake from some 11 a.m. games all the way through the 11 p.m. games that we're talking about here in the Dunaway Pool prime time. It's Washington and Oregon. The Ducks a massive 13.5-point favorite if you want to play that game. It seems like it's a closer contest than 13.5.
Well, look, Washington looked really good early on, but Oregon has just been crushing opponents since that loss to Georgia. And one of those wins was over UCLA. The thing is, you look at Oregon defensively, they're great against the run. They're a little shaky against the pass. Washington doesn't run the football. I mean, all they do is chunk it. Again, Michael Penix Jr. has the second most pass attempts in the FBS behind only Will Rogers from Mississippi State. Again, if he's on and he leads the nation right now in passing yards, I think they've got a shot. I think this will be a fun game.
Yeah, I do too. I think they can play right there with them. To your point, they only average 126 yards a game. It is all about the pass for Kalen DeBoer and Penix. And Penix has had a rebirth. I mean, this is better actually than what we saw his first year at Indiana when we were like, hey, that guy can play some football. And then he lost it with that injury at Indiana. He's playing better than he's ever played right now.
We talk about home field advantages. This is one of the best home field advantages in Autzen, especially in the Pac-12. They haven't lost a game at Autzen since September of 2018.
Georgia and Mississippi State also in the Dunaway pool. If you want to go play that at nextroundlive.com and click on that in our pick 3, you'll see the Buffalo Wild Wings logo there. Georgia minus 16.5 at Mississippi State. I think people see that number and think you're getting value with Georgia there, that it's only 16.5.
Well, they're 10-3 against the number as a road favorite of 14 or more since 2019, so they're typically really good in these spots. And think about Georgia's defense allowed a total of 16 points to Oregon and Tennessee. Total of 16 points to those two. Those two against all their other 16 games, they're averaging 50 points per game. And they averaged 8 per game against Georgia.
I don't know if you can answer this, quantify this, but when in the preseason you said this is the game Georgia could possibly lose or would lose, what has changed from then to now?
I thought Mississippi State would be better.
So Georgia's better than you thought and State's not as good as you thought. Okay.
Did you think Mississippi State's offense would be better? Because their defense is still fairly good. I thought their defense played well against Alabama, especially in that second half.
I thought both would be improved. I thought Mississippi State had a chance to be maybe the second best team in the SEC this year. Look, and I still think Mississippi State's a quality team. It's just Georgia, with all of the defections to the NFL, I just didn't think that they could keep the momentum, at least to that degree. And we saw their defense, as good as the defense was last year, the defense against Oregon and Tennessee looked that good this year. Mississippi State 1-10 all-time versus number 1 teams. Do you guys know their only win over a number 1?
Was it the 1980 over Alabama?
It was.
Yeah.
We got to at least address this. My third game in mind is Miami of Florida and Georgia Tech, where Georgia Tech is a 1.5-point favorite.
If they were
with
playing
an interim coach
in my backyard, Jim, what would I tell them?
Coach Brent Key, though, I mean, at some point, does he get consideration to be the head coach?
I guess it depends on who can you get if you're Georgia Tech.
Yeah. Tell me who's saying no to me.
But I will tell you, this is embarrassing that the coach has already been fired and Mario Cristobal is a dog to this team.
Lance, I think Miami's the most disappointing team in all of college football this year.
A&M. A&M's got to be.
Okay,
I thought that was a little almost I am agreeing with you, but it was
no,
A&M.
Okay, would you give me second most?
Yeah,
because you're probably right.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is Cristobal is in year one. There's still no excuse for this.
He's done an awful job.
He has.
He's done an awful job. I've
But
never
that
thought the
is
guy was
the
a good
only
coach.
excuse. That is the only excuse.
I mean, if you want to make that excuse, but I've seen year one coaches do way better than this. And he had a good quarterback coming back at Tyler Van Dyke, who has just forgotten how to play football. Guys, nobody paid attention to what used to be the biggest game in college football, Miami and Florida State last week. I didn't watch a single snap, but that final score is just stunning to me.
Jeremy says over in the Vulcan Tire chat room, you love to see Miami suck. Signed the FSU Nation there. And they saw it last week up close and personal.
Hey, they destroyed them. Norvell, I mean, just I guess took out 2 or 3 years of frustration on them.
You think Alabama hater was that the guy that used to call
Bama hater,
Bama hater
guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I bet he is not happy.
I mean, how could you be?
I bet he is not. So that's the Dunaway pool. There a little bit more on the Brown pool right after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, again, since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist, family owned and operated. They've got that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Another interim coach situation with a favorite at home in the Brown pool, Texas A&M and Auburn, where Auburn's a 1.5-point favorite in front of sold-out Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn fans down there touring the facilities. The sold-out basketball game tonight with USF in town, and then Texas A&M tomorrow night under the lights.
Something's got to give here. Auburn's allowing over 400 yards per game, 4th most in the SEC. But on the other side, A&M's averaging an SEC low 22.8 points per game. I do think with Conor Wegman in the lineup, this A&M team is going to be different. Auburn's allowed 6 different guys to go 100 yards plus on the ground. A-Chain's going to go 100 plus.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he's going to go 100 plus, but I will say this. Since being benched at Ole Miss, I think Robbie Ashford's played his best football at Auburn. And leading his team to the comeback even in a loss, I think has to give them a little bit of confidence in this offense. They've played their best, probably their best offensive games over the last 2 or 3 games. I mean, at Ole Miss, they scored a ton of points and ran the football.
Yeah, I think that was what you're trying to say there too, is that they may be found their identity a little bit offensively in what they did in the second half.
Maybe so, because they've not been a good rush offense, obviously. But if you just look at their last few games, Dunaway, 301 at Ole Miss, 183 against Arkansas in that loss, and 256 at State, 256. But 48, 38, 46 carries. They're running the football more. And you know Carnell, you saw it Saturday night at State. He's going to be more committed to the run. That's who he is.
Well, and I think a lot of this is Robbie Ashford. You know, he's the first Auburn quarterback to go 100 yards rushing in a game since
Nick Marshall,
2014.
Yeah, I mean, since he got benched at Ole Miss, he's been a different guy. I don't know if that guy has attention or what. I'm not saying he's great. I'm just saying he's been better, and he's been good enough for them to have chances to win games.
Arizona UCLA, 19.5 is in Brown's pool as well. Something feels weird about I just got one of those gut feelings that Arizona could do something in this game.
Well, this 77.5 point total is the highest of any FBS game this year, so you expect a lot of points. I just don't think Arizona defensively can handle what UCLA is going to bring. They've allowed at least 45 points in 5 of 6 conference games this year.
And very physical play at UCLA. UCF Tulane's the other game in the Brown bracket there. Tulane minus 1.5 at home. Big AAC championship implications there. One of the better games on the slate tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 right here, brought to you by the great folks at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, again, 12 locations in the Birmingham Central area, including those new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings takeout also available all weekend long through that Buffalo Wild Wings app.
9 more games we'll talk about later in the show in the Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester pool. Some good games, including LSU, Arkansas, TCU, and Texas. And a really, really interesting showdown between Louisville and Clemson as well. All that in their pools. That's coming up later in the show. You can go play right now, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Thank you to the thousands who have taken a chance to play all season long. It's your last 2 weeks to get into the championship round coming up week 13. So try to get a 3-0 this week so you can play week 13 You'll have to have a code. You've got to be a champion earlier to play Week 13 with us. So go try to do that today and next week. NextRoundLive.com, NextRoundLive.com. When we come back, Monday's headlines and a lot more here on the show. Monday's headlines is as the games have already been played on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Funny from Jeffy on Twitter, who drops in a line at Next Round Live. Back to the Rashada flip. Jaden Rashada, who is from Pittsburgh, California, who flipped from Miami to Florida. He said he just wanted to be closer to home.
I would say that is funny.
Technically, that's
a
hilarious.
little bit closer. Yeah. I was told, this is so weird, I don't know the first thing about Jaden Rashada, but I remember back in the summer I was talking to somebody before Arch Manning committed to Texas, and this is somebody that is involved in recruiting, follows the recruiting, and I said, is Arch Manning, I said, his family's got a lot of money, so it's not a huge money issue for him. I said, is his NIL the highest out there? And he said, oh, they want something. He said, but this Jaden Rashada kid is going to be something to watch. I said, who? He goes, it's a kid out of California. And he told me, he said, you watch. As the recruiting cycle continues, the NIL stories will be all about this kid. Now, I'd forgotten about him until I remember that he committed to Miami.
So it's not this kid's going to be great. It's just watch out for these NIL deals.
Well, I mean, he wasn't saying he was going to be bad or can't play. He's just like, he's a good quarterback. A lot of people want him, but he's going to be the story of NIL. You watch.
Chris M., we never expect you to consume every second of everything we do up here, but he says, I like how everyone talks about Alabama has 2 close losses, but fail to acknowledge that there are also a couple of plays away from being 5-4 right now. Literally, we had this conversation yesterday on the show, that they were 2 plays away from being a 4-loss team, not just a 2-loss team. They're as close to being a 4-loss team as they are to being an undefeated team.
Yeah, I'm almost willing to say this is the year that we've got so much parity. It's almost like the NFL, that there's so many games that are coming down to final possessions.
Yeah, so we did actually bring that up a couple of times in the past week, Chris M., and there you are. We did it again for you right there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont. Redmont's vodka, Vulcan gin, and everything from Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, this is look, the weekend is here. If you're heading over to a party or you're hosting a party, you need to pick up some Redmont vodka. It's available in 20 states. Wherever you're listening to us, ask for it by name. It's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store as well, including Pink Package at the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle this weekend of Redmont vodka.
Sorry to Forster's Falcons. Last night they lose to Carolina 25-15. Dante Foreman with a big night. 31 carries, which is a lot of carries if you're not Derrick Henry.
That is a lot. You're right.
31 for 130.
That's the most carries a Carolina Panther has had since 2004. And, without Christian McCaffrey, and he fits in perfectly with San Francisco and what Kyle Shanahan's doing there, Foreman's been really good the last couple of weeks.
He really has. I see these stats occasionally. I do not believe, and this is another one. It involves Derrick Henry. He's 1 touchdown away from reaching 10 touchdowns in 5 consecutive NFL seasons.
All right.
Joining a class that only has 4 other people in it.
I mean, I can believe that.
10 touchdowns in
for
5
running back
for 5 consecutive seasons at running back. That list is LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson, Michael Turner, and Sean Alexander.
Wow.
There's no O.J. Simpson there. There's no Walter Payton. There's no Billy Sims.
No Eric Dickerson.
I think that tells you how hard this is to do.
10 touchdowns
now
in 5 consecutive years?
Yeah, the one I can't believe is Barry Sanders, because he did so much for that Detroit Lions team. Or maybe even Emmitt Smith. I mean, those surprise me. I mean, hang on. I got to pull up Barry Sanders. I mean, that guy did everything for Detroit.
I'm not above being wrong when I consume all the stuff for the show. I feel like I'm missing something on that stat there, that there's fine print somewhere.
All right, Barry Sanders. Here's a great point. 92, 93, 94, 9 rushing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns, 7 rushing touchdowns.
Wow. So he didn't get 10 any of those years.
He didn't get 10. Now, every other year that he was playing significant ball, he did. And he, by the way, in those seasons that I just mentioned, just to show you how hard this is to do, was a Pro Bowler. I mean, he's a Pro Bowler every year of his career.
Yeah.
I think it was all pro in a couple of those seasons. So, I mean, it's hard to run the ball in the NFL.
Pritch Law noticed exactly what I did right there.
What'd you do, Jim?
Of that list, it's about to be 2 of the 5 built by Alabama.
Built by the Tide.
Built by the Tide right there.
And Michael the Burner Turner, who beat you.
Yeah.
Northern Illinois.
Took a great guy to come down and beat you right there. All right, let's do our Baumhower Spotlight today. Rockstar, hit the open.
The Baumhower Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
Hey, remember our friend Bob Baumhower delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981, Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years, 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. How about ordering some of those wing platters to go for your football tailgate this weekend? Great locations all over the state. Baumhower's Victory Grill.
Rockstar, I don't even believe my headline. I don't think the game's going to.
It's a good start.
I don't think the game's going to go this way. I think the other team is going to win this game.
But it was such a good headline.
You should be fired from your newspaper then.
It's not even such a good game. But LT tells me it's going to happen. We were talking about George Jones on the show yesterday.
The Possum.
What was his nickname?
The Possum,
Other
Jim.
than the
No
Possum.
Show Jones.
No show. So my headline is no show.
That's actually really good.
Hogs shock Tigers.
Yeah,
I don't think they do it. I think LSU wins the game, but LT tells me that it's going to be no show.
That's a really good headline if it happens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If they get run out of the stadium, the Baton Rouge Advocate uses that one, or even better, the Arkansas Democrat Gazette rubbing it in their face.
I wish it was 12:54 right now. I'd love to end on that compliment from Brown.
That was a good
Just
one.
call it a day.
He never gives you a compliment.
He never does. He never does. All right, LT, what do you have for us today?
We were talking about your fake laugh and break. There it is again.
He did it out in the lobby, and LT goes, "Dunaway's
It was
fake
so
laugh."
Here we go. We're going to the ACC. And
Sexual innuendos?
No.
Okay.
I haven't done those in a couple of weeks.
Okay, just wondering.
Oregon State's got some off.
I need my crutch. Gotta talk sex. Maybe a little bit. DJ Blue and Will ships the bed as Clemson's 38-game home winning streak snapped. DJ Blue and Will ships the bed.
Okay, let me see it again. DJ Blue and Will ships the bed as Clemson's 38-game home winning streak snapped.
Yep.
Wow.
Do you get this?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. That's a tough loss for them.
Yeah,
it is.
Maybe knocks them out of the ACC championship game.
Well, that's two big upsets if these two happen.
Yeah.
Which one first, Rockstars or Brownies?
You like yours, Rockstar?
I think it's okay.
Yeah. All right, we go with mine.
Is it funny, Rockstar?
Yeah.
Mine's from the Austin American Statesman. Sark Week. Horny Toe took horns.
Sark Week.
Like Shark Week.
Yes.
Except it's not a week, and he's weak. W-E-A-K. E-A-K. See,
I look
Sark
forward to
Week.
your other headlines. Are the Miami Dolphins now the team to beat in the AFC East?
Well, Football Minds say yes, they are. They're in the Austin American Statement. What else happened?
Oh, man in black hoodie and mask wanted by federal authorities after robbing Vegas blind.
Oh, my gosh.
It's back again.
That's on page 3.
He was on the loose earlier this year, too.
Yeah. I would like to, Rockstar, can you flip to page 2 so I can see who the Football Minds are that saying the Dolphins are the team
I
to
don't
beat?
have page 2. Dang it. You have to be a subscriber.
Now, I know Austin has become a over-the-top liberal city.
Yeah.
But I can't believe they buried politics on page 3.
It's not really interesting. There's nothing going on in politics this week.
That was Tuesday's news, Lance.
All right, Rockstar. His Monday headlines brought to you by Baumhower.
Missouri loves company. And then Coach Drinkaschlitz celebrates with Tiger fans.
The Photoshop is so good. It's a massive.
It's a big-ass can.
It's sitting on top of his fist.
Those Tennessee fans are not
I mean,
happy.
what is he doing there?
Coach Drinkaschlitz. I love that.
Look how pissed the Tennessee fans are.
It's from National
Did
Signing
my
Day.
Slits reference jar that to you yesterday?
A little bit. And then I was trying to think of something, and I was like, well, Witz, Schlitz, let's just do it.
Missouri Tiger beat.
Nothing exudes confidence when my coach comes out in the tunnel with me like this, with a sun face.
Hey, Missouri Tiger, they made it 675 issues.
Oh God, it's been going crazy this year.
That's good.
Well, they only publish when Missouri loses a game.
Oh wow,
they skimp on their ink too.
They did a lot of pictures.
What's the guy doing to the right over there?
He's mad,
He's pointing at his fan.
Tennessee fan.
Yeah,
So
Tennessee
he's telling them
fan.
they're number 1 again.
Missouri loves company. I love that.
That's
That's our Monday headlines. Like the game's already been played. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhower.
Hey, and right now they got that recession concession menu. Baumhower's here to save you a few bucks with a recession concession menu that includes complimentary beverage with new affordable favorites like the classic tailgate burger for $7.99. Or how about the Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet. Baumhower's Victory Grill, again, celebrating 40 years.
I at the service station on my way into work today. I had to buy some gas, and I walked in to get a drink.
And the Birmingham newsstand is right there, and it had the little thin newspaper sitting in it. And they've announced they're not printing after this year. I mean, it wouldn't be worth anything to buy. Like, I started thinking, like, will the last one have value or something like that? Like, is that a collector's item?
Oh, the last 5 years hasn't had value.
Well, it hasn't, but when you know it's the last one, and when newspapers are completely dead, I mean, there'll come a day where there's never a newspaper printed again. I guess you'd rather have, like, the last Wall Street Journal and New York Times, obviously. I don't know. It's just weird things I think about.
I mean, personally, would I want to have one?
I don't really care one way or the other. I just wondered if it would be a collector's item. I guess was my question. Like, is there any value for that? Would there 20 years from now be value? Like, this is the last ever Birmingham News that was printed.
Yeah.
Okay, Grandpa.
Oh, I know. I mean, that's
I
what
don't know
kids
about
are
Birmingham News. Maybe L.A. Times.
Well, I was going to say New York Times, Wall Street Journal, obviously.
Missouri Tiger Beat.
Yeah, Tiger Beat.
You know, it's really, whose fake life was that? How come nobody else?
That was John Lunsford.
I think Lunsford was actually
authentic,
laughing.
yeah.
I don't think he gives you fake laughs.
Of course he does.
He doesn't.
Of course he does.
Trust me, he's a simple mind. He's laughing.
Yep. Tyler laughed at that.
Somebody tooted.
All right, you want to try everybody's laugh? Let's go awkward. Can we go awkward from last night?
What?
We got the awkward moment from last night's show. That was you in a rarity, you not being awkward, but Lance.
We had an awkward moment.
I thought it was awkward. Let's let the group judge. This is from last night's Bud Light Game Night Trustful Social.
I thought it was a huge compliment. That's what I thought it was.
I found it very awkward.
I actually went
personally.
and told the story to them.
Yeah, Bud Light Game Night. No. That's not the same moment.
Okay.
Bud Light Game Night. This happened last night's show. Awkward or not? It's not even Dunaway being awkward. This is Lance making it awkward.
Beef Oshie says, few years old now, but the wife enjoyed watching Justified with me.
You know what? Beef
People rave
Oshie's
about
good. So that was a guilty pleasure to me. It's got a little cheese to it, but Timothy Oliphant is Raylan Gibbons is awesome. And
Is he
I
good looking?
guys-
Because my wife used to love it, and I think she thought he was pretty hot.
I hate to tell you this. Your wife told me I look like him one time.
Oh, God. I can't even look.
No, this isn't
I can't even look. I am looking up the parking
No,
lot.
that is funny because she said you look like the guy in Justified just a couple years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
I mean, Rockstar, you were awkward or not?
It's
pretty awkward.
Oh, yeah.
So what did I do?
Well,
Right?
should I have let
Lunsford? There's his actual laugh.
Should I have let it go? I mean, what do you do in that situation?
Well, no, you should bring it up. I mean, my goodness, we had never talked about it before, so it was a private conversation between
How
you and
was
Maggie.
last night then after when you got home?
No.
Oh, I texted instantly on the show. If you'd let the tape keep going, I texted, did you tell Lance that he looks like Timothy Oliphant?
And she said?
Pretty sure I did a few years ago.
No. Was it Justified?
But I don't remember. And I said, were we on a break? Question mark.
Oh, no.
She said, no, capital letters. Why are you asking? Please tell me you're not talking about this on the air.
Not anymore.
I said,
tomorrow we will.
I said, we are on the air right now, in fact. And then she called on my way home because I wasn't at home at a certain time.
Oh, we want to talk to Lance? Well, he's not here. I'm in my car. So.
Lance was with me.
No, it's funny. Yeah, Dunaway told her we were going out, so she checks in at 7:44, I think was the time.
7:44.
And
why aren't you home yet?
Didn't let her know that she was on speaker.
I said, I told you that Lance and I are going to go out in the town tonight. And now that I know he's one of the sexiest men alive in your eyes, we'll go out. Here is the comparison of Lance and Oliphant.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't see it, but I'm obviously not in my wife's head.
Well, I mean, Lance is wearing a hat, and
Yeah, I
Timothy
mean,
Oliphant, is on a Hollywood shoot there.
Yeah.
For the Hollywood Reporter, so I don't know. I found it awkward.
Yeah.
He was also in Deadwood.
Yeah.
The one I went in, the other one was
Yep.
I thought was awkward.
Yeah.
It was another Lance moment.
Bud Light Game Night, that's available wherever you get your on-demand video from us, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook. You go watch that. We had a fun night last night at Trustville Social. Thank you
yeah,
to them.
really did. We're at Mugshots Vestavia this upcoming Thursday night. Come out and hang with us. Have a good burger with us.
Hey, so what was the other awkward moment?
Well, it involved Taylor and Taylor's mom. And,
oh God!
And you said I couldn't tell them apart, which is a huge compliment. I went and told her. I said that was a huge compliment.
By the way, we're in a dark bar, and Taylor's mom and Taylor look a lot alike, and she is sitting with back turned. And I said, I'm not sure if that's Taylor or her mom.
Yep. And then, so I was talking.
So Dunaway went to go tell her, right?
No, we were talking afterwards, and, we were talking about stuff. I forget what it was. With
Timothy Elephant over there could not decide with you two.
And by the way, that's not like me saying Jane has a better ass than Maggie.
Well, technically, if you can't tell the college girl's backside from Taylor's mom's backside.
She was sitting in a stool. I wasn't looking at her ass.
It was because Taylor's dad is a twin, and the twin was in town. They just played golf, so they were there last night. And the boy's mom was there as well. And I said, you two look like twins almost. I mean, Lance couldn't tell you apart earlier. And I'll have to go. Taylor's mom was like, I have to go thank him. That's what a compliment. And I said, well, funny is, your backs were to him, and he couldn't. That's even a bigger compliment.
What's great is, through all of this, in a delay, just about 50 feet away, she's seeing this right now.
Yep.
And just imagine her face. She's probably a little red.
Really can't.
No, Taylor was at the table when I was telling
I know, but the recap is the best part.
Yeah, the recap is something.
All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at the Pan Store. If you want to dress fantastic for the games this weekend or get the perfect holiday gift, you do it at the Pan Store. 7 great locations all over the great state of Alabama. In fact, we passed one yesterday right there on the way to one of our events yesterday. The Pan Store is located in Trussville. And we drove past that one on the way to Trussville Social. Crestline leads Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. You can see everything they offer right there, thepanstore.com, thepanstore.com, and follow them on social media at the Pan Store. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. Get that stuff for the holidays, even for the female fan in your life. They've got specifically designed women's fashion for them. It's the Pan Store, panstore.com. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Great folks at the University of Montevallo bringing us part of the show today. If you're looking for a wonderful place for your son or daughter to call home during their 4 or 5 years in college, think about Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Beautiful campus, small class sizes so they can succeed academically. Wonderful price point when it comes to tuition and what you get for that tuition. If they want to continue their athletic career in college, NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. It's all right there at the University of Montevallo. Check it out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. One of our great listeners, Van, tweets in yesterday. Van is making a great point here. He goes, when is it time to start talking about the Fansville curse? Second year of having NIL with Fansville, and it was DJU the first year, and this year it's Bryce Young. Fansville curse?
Look, I mean, against Tennessee in that loss, Bryce played maybe his best game in an Alabama uniform.
Yeah.
Look, he wasn't good last week against LSU, or at least not Bryce good, but he still had a good year.
Maybe it's a team curse,
yeah,
rather than just the quarterback himself. Yeah, team curse. I don't know. I do think the funniest Fansville commercial lately is the coaching carousel, and that one cracks me up.
Yeah.
When the Spanish-speaking college soccer coach comes off.
Well, it did seem like they had the one ready for two-loss Alabama ready to go. I mean, Fansville, the one he's out at the lake.
Skipping
rocks. And how come you haven't posted anything crazy on the chat boards?
It would be funny if they did a Fansville funeral for the Alabama dynasty, right? Just to play along with all the social media chatter.
That would be good. Rockstar's View Menu every day here in the show is brought to you by New Life. It's a naughty toddy this week is what we're talking about with New Life Art.
That is the game week special. Done away 15% off their 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art calendars. This includes the limited edition calendar. Limited edition calendar includes an artist-signed and numbered 8x10 lithograph of The Legacy Begins. It's a $50 value. There's only 500 in addition. Use that code, as Dunaway said, naughty toddy at checkout. Offer ends 11/13/22. You can shop now. DanielMooreArt.com.
You got three things. One is a premiere tonight on Prime called Mammals. The story of a Michelin-starred chef whose world implodes when he discovers shocking secrets about his pregnant wife. And this guy's had nothing but good publicity the past month. This is starring James Corden. So it's
he did the Hot One Challenge, by the way.
Did he really?
Yep.
Oh God! Was anything addressed about how much of an ass he is?
I did not watch it.
And didn't he also get a little hot water for stealing a Ricky Gervais joke?
Almost line for line.
It was line for line.
Yeah,
no, I watched them both, and it's a funny joke too. And Gervais, Gervais's joke is funny. I think Corden actually delivers the punchline better.
Yeah, well, because he's got to. I got to see the exact joke and kind of try to make it my own.
But Gervais, he performs it pretty well too. But I kind of like Corden's. It's a funny joke though. It really is.
Yeah, but what he dropped on James Corden was funnier.
Well, then I think he deleted the tweet because I feel bad for the dude because people were
destroying him. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the Golden Globes. Do you guys remember that?
I don't.
With the cats?
He said James Gordon's a fat pussy. You can also see him in Cats.
Apple Plus tonight, there's a new show called Spirited, something I've not heard any promotion about, but a modern musical rendition of Charles Dickinson's classic holiday story, A Christmas Carol, starring Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell.
How about that?
Yeah, we watched the trailer the other day, and the roommate was like, "We've got to see that." I'm like, "There ain't a chance in hell."
Oh my God. We've got to see that. And then finally...
guess what she was watching when I got home last night? What was the one that you put on the view menu with Lindsay Lohan?
It was Falling for Christmas.
Yep, she was watching that last night.
Is it worth it tonight to watch it?
Oh, it got shut off.
Oh.
Mad Men got thrown on.
Oh. Ding!
Not in my house.
And then finally, I know he's already seen it, but theaters opening tonight... Lunsford saw it last night, Wakanda Forever, which I'm guessing it's going to be the number one movie this weekend.
Lunsford said it's better than Black Adam.
Lunsford, you're on, buddy.
I said it's better than the first Black Panther.
Oh, yeah. That's what Lunsford said.
Wow.
My apologies.
So this technically would be a sequel?
It is a sequel. I mean, it's every MCU movie is technically a sequel to the one before it.
Do they give a lot of love to Black Panther?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he can't be in it, but he basically dies at the beginning, and the whole thing is like what happens after the fact.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
By the way, I'm sorry. Rest in peace to Gallagher, who's passed away.
Oh, yeah, wow. Saw that.
Yeah.
Sad.
That is sad.
81?
76, I think, Lance, if I saw that right.
I think he had a twin brother, too, that was...
wow, I didn't know that.
I think there was they did not get along.
New Life Art brings us that viewing menu right there.
Yeah, again, right now, their game week special, 15% off their 2023 Crimson and White Fine calendars. This includes that limited edition calendar, which is an artist-signed and numbered 8x10 lithograph of The Legacy Begins. $50 value. Use that code NOTTY at checkout. You can shop now, DanielMooreArt.com.
Hey, do we have any stake bets on the line this weekend? Do you know?
Oh, Dunaway.
I'll try to chase some down.
No, you want to do another duel?
I don't know about that duel. I was
Well,
lucky.
what game would you
I was
go
lucky
with?
to get away with a W there on that one.
What game would you go with for the duel?
What about Ole Miss rushing yards?
I mean, you
Ole
guys
Miss rushing yards.
Well, you guys are so separate on LSU and Arkansas in spite of your very good headline.
Oh, yeah, we do have that.
Yeah.
You've got
I do have LSU
to pick.
Yeah.
and a pick. So you just got to win the game.
That's all you got to do, man.
I hope they are not no shows tomorrow.
That was a good headline.
Thank you. Oh, double compliment. A comeback compliment.
No, it was a
you
good,
in the
good
show.
headline.
Yeah. I'm so surprised.
Okay, we'll do Ole Miss rushing yards. We'll do that after we talk to Conor O'Gara in the next segment.
So just total rush yards for Ole Miss. You're going to do the back-to-back duel the way you did last week, and closest.
The closest
wins.
to it.
All right.
We'll do that coming up. And Conor O'Gara is in the next segment. We'll talk to the guy from Saturday Down South. Cool dude. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Poll questions everywhere. Thanks to our friends at Cowan. You can get them at Next Round Live right there at Next Round Live on Twitter.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, And don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nick Saban taking a lot of blame over the last few days for where Alabama is right now in this season. You know, that disastrous 2-loss top 10 ranking. But that's where we are, the expectations, and Nick talking about that last night. We'll talk to Conor O'Gara in just a second. He's written a couple of things about that this week. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, getting the party delivered as you watch the games this weekend.
Yeah, hey, look, there's no reason to leave the couch. These guys can deliver anything from cannabis, the Delta 8, the Delta 9, alcohol, from bourbon to great wines, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Just download the app right now, B-U-Z-D, Buzzed. Use code NEXTROUND for 15% off that first purchase from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
All right, Conor O'Gara, Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Conor? How are you?
Gentlemen, doing well. It's nice to see that the state of Alabama has not just collapsed. I really wasn't sure after this weekend. A second loss in the regular season is something I couldn't have possibly predicted in my wildest dreams. But the state of Alabama, you guys are living proof that it still exists.
We've actually had to move the studio to Atlanta. We haven't told anyone that, but the entire state is in shambles right now.
I understand why. I mean, this is the ultimate what do I do with my hands moment for Alabama football, because I think this is unlike anything that Saban has ever had to deal with. I understand people are going to say, 2010, 2 losses pre-Iron Bowl, but NIL era where there's tampering and transfer portal and how easy it is to be able to just be disinterested in the opt-outs and all of that stuff is just, to me, it makes this weekend a total crapshoot. And I'm admitting right now, I know I'm not supposed to do this. I'm supposed to have all the answers and tell you what's going to happen. I do not know how Alabama's going to show up and what they're going to look like in this very unfamiliar setting against Ole Miss.
What do you think about, and we were talking about and who did the piece on home field advantage?
Ivan Maisel.
Yeah. And how home teams have really been able to dominate this year. What do you think about that 11 o'clock game in Fayetteville where LSU is coming off this emotional win in overtime against Alabama? They're only a 3-point favorite. How do you think this one plays out?
Man, that line is just weird. It's really weird. And it's going to be one that's interesting to follow if it changes and we find out that KJ Jefferson is not able to go, because Malik Hornsby showed earlier in the year that he's actually able to stretch the field with his arm, but I still think that he's not KJ Jefferson, and that would give LSU a better chance to be able to win. I still think LSU is the better football team, and they have more ways to beat you. And they've shown that in these last few weeks in this unbelievable midseason turnaround. And I think such a big part of that is because they have a guy like Harold Perkins, the former 5-star, that has just made life really difficult on opposing quarterbacks. And whether that's spying them and picking the exact perfect time to be able to blitz and prevent them from getting going, or just being able to rush off the edge, I just think he's such a difference maker with what Matt House is trying to do defensively. So yeah, I mean, I'm buying LSU kind of reluctantly so, despite the fact that I look at that line and say, man, what does Vegas know? Because that is awfully scary in my opinion if I'm an LSU fan.
Listen, Brown says things over the course of 365 days I have to answer to occasionally. So I know you do not write everything that comes out at Saturday Down South, but Matt Hayes, who I'm a big fan of, I post his stuff a lot on our show. His headline today is simple. Hayes writes this: Alabama isn't Alabama anymore, and that's not even the Tide's biggest problem. And it talks about recruiting and player development, and the 5 biggest positions. He points out Alabama went to the transfer portal to try to fill some of those holes at 5 of the biggest positions in college football and missed on all 3. What do you think Alabama's biggest problem is? And are you starting to, starting to jump on that train that maybe it's passed Nick Saban by a little bit? I mean, it's a thin ice statement to make, but do you think you're in that category now where you're starting to wonder, has it passed him by a little bit?
If Dan Wolken did not get the Dynasty is Dead trademarked back in 2015, he missed out, man. Like, think about all the people that have said that in the last week or so.
It should be his trophy, right? It should be the Wolken.
Right. The Dan Wolken Award.
It should be, because, man, I've heard that said so much. And maybe I'm holding on for dear life just because I never want to rule Alabama out. But in my opinion, it is a bit premature, and it could just be the DNA of this team. The DNA of this team since the start of 2021 has been a lack of discipline. That has hurt them in so many of these key spots on the road. And yeah, you could say, well, if they had this 2-point conversion go this way against LSU, and if they make a kick against Tennessee, but it's like they play with fire. The stat that I keep bringing up, 10 of their 14 SEC games since the start of 2021 have been 1-score games in the fourth quarter. That's crazy. This is not the Alabama that we've thought about for the last decade plus. This is a team that is played down to its competition, in part because it doesn't have that impose its will type style. And when they are going to impose their will, it's because with this style and this offense, with this passing attack, they have those guys that can get over the top. I'm just going to say it. They whiffed on the transfer portal with receivers. They did not find a replacement for Jameson Williams. They didn't come close to finding a replacement for John Mechie. And that has held this team back at some key points. And I was low on Jermaine Burton. It was a travesty that he was a first-team All-SEC guy over Cedric Tillman. That was an absolute joke. But in my opinion, they have been let down by their transfer portal receivers. Not having Tyler Harrell healthy has certainly been a part of that. I think the guy who averaged 29 yards per catch at Louisville could have made a difference. But again, he was such a low-volume player. You're kind of pinning your hopes on that. And I think Saban is looking around at this team going, man, we just did not have a championship DNA type team. It doesn't mean that they can't in the future, but this team just was not it.
Conor O'Gara is with us Saturday down south at CJ O'Gara is where you follow him on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Any other coach with any other buyout would be in jeopardy of losing his job if he lost at Auburn Saturday night. Jimbo has got that incredible buyout, so apparently he is not. But Conor, can you put into context, if Auburn is able to win this game and A&M finishes in the cellar of the West, which is where they'll be if they lose this game, shocking, I don't know the word. I mean, this is a team that started in the top 5. This is one of the greatest failures we have seen in SEC history, honestly.
It is. It really is. And it'll go down. What was it? Was it 2005 Tennessee? There was a team in there. Yeah, 2005 Tennessee, which was, one of the most disappointing collapses that we've seen. And it could be like that for Jimbo Fisher, or alternatively, this is the beginning of the end. And again, I keep those numbers on my desk. I say that every time we talk about Jimbo Fisher on this show, and I always keep those buyout numbers handy, because if you want to pay that man less than $50 million to walk away, you're going to have to wait until after 2026. And that's the bed you made for yourself. So right now, this is a situation in which Jimbo Fisher is eventually going to have to look himself in the mirror. I think he has looked out at everyone else and he's pointed, oh, this injury, we're right here, we're right there. Oh, if we could just have a quarterback stay healthy, when that's covering up the fact that they had to bench their starting quarterback after a week 2 loss to App State at home. But we don't have to talk about that anymore. It's, to me, very obvious that Jimbo Fisher needs a new play caller. If he doesn't get a new play caller, he's going to waste all his talent. All that talent's going to walk out that door, and it's going to say, get me somewhere else where I can actually have a path to an SEC championship, to potentially a national championship, and to the NFL. He's not it from an offensive standpoint. He's just not. I mean, his days as a play caller, you talk about being passed by. The game has passed Jimbo Fisher by. It's very, very clear. And there's no amount of losses that they can suffer this year that's going to all of a sudden make them pay that $86 million. But to me, it's very evident that he needs to make a change, or else he is going to eventually be paid $50 million to walk away and not coach.
I do remember back in July SEC media days, you and I were in the minority saying that Jimbo once again would lose 4 games. Just wanted to throw that out there. That's a given. Death taxes and A&M at least 4 losses. I did want to ask you, on the other side of that game, Auburn's obviously looking for a coach. I've been saying Hugh Freeze is the guy. It seems like there's building some steam for Hugh Freeze, but ultimately, if you're John Cohen, who do you go after?
Lane. It's Lane. I think that Lane and Hugh's price, in my opinion, if I can get the money to make that happen with Lane in this new world in which 10-year fully guaranteed contracts are a thing. And I know we just got finished talking about Jimbo Fisher, so that could scare some Auburn fans away from that, but that's kind of the going rate. And I think that going after someone like Lane, who, in my opinion, is in a really good spot at Ole Miss, but is he in a national championship spot? I don't know. And I don't know if Lane truly knows that, because it's still year 3. But think about the grind that he had to do to overhaul that roster with 30 new faces. He's got both of his coordinators leaving for other opportunities as coordinators, not as head coaches, but as coordinators. And to me, I just wonder if Lane looks up and says, you know what, why don't I go to the place that has had 3 different coaches compete for national championships in the 21st century and not stay at the place that has never played in an SEC championship? And I don't say that to disparage Ole Miss. I really don't. But I wonder if Lane is at least thinking about that when you hear him talk about coming out of the halftime locker room and he's saying, yeah, it's a bummer that fans aren't there and it looks like a high school game sometimes at Vaught Hemingway. That's a bummer. And maybe we're not going to get those vibes this weekend against Alabama. But to me, I make Lane say no. I make Lane say no, and I pay him that fully guaranteed 10-year contract. And I say, ahead of the pay-for-play era, ahead of the playoff expansion era, we need to get this right, and Lane is getting it right.
A little bit more with Conor O'Gara, brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They bring you the 11 o'clock Central Hour every day on the show, open for lunch right now. Highway 119 in Alabaster, your home for those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Every Wednesday, you write a story about the previous night's college football rankings, and you made a case that Tennessee's okay. It's okay being number 5 this week. Tell Vol fans who watch this show why it's okay being number 5 this week.
If you're going to be in a spot where you don't have a direct path to a division championship, think about this. 4 unbeatens left in college football. There's 4 weekends of football left. Tennessee's slate is easy. It is easy down the stretch. Now watch them lose at home to Mizzou, and me just have to eat my words. But that slate is easy, man. Like, they got that. Their toughest game is at South Carolina. I mean, that's it. And meanwhile, yes, I understand that it gets really complicated if TCU wins out. In my opinion, if TCU wins out, they get in over Tennessee. Oh, if Oregon wins out, they probably get in over Tennessee. And it's not just as simple as how many points do you lose to Georgia by? There are more factors that go into that resume than that. So I'm still thinking, if I'm a Tennessee fan, well, wait a minute. So TCU loses once, Oregon loses once. I know that Michigan, Ohio State loser, they're going to lose once, and they're not going to have the resume that Tennessee's going to have. And people are overrating Michigan's resume to the nth degree, and it's driving me absolutely bonkers because TCU should be ranked ahead of Michigan right now, but that's a separate discussion for a different time.
I've got two eyes. Michigan would beat TCU.
Cool, great. Then we'll see if they beat Ohio State. But as of right now, they still haven't played the teams that TCU has. And if you schedule that non-conference slate, I put in air quotes, where UConn is your big draw, you deserve to be slighted. And instead the selection committee is like, no, UCLA, we're going to slight you for not playing a quality non-conference slate, which included South Alabama, a 1-point win, which now looks a lot better because they're 7-2. But I digress. I think this is still, I'm very fired up about this. You can tell, but I think Tennessee's sitting pretty. I do. And I think as long as Tennessee takes care of its business, it's going to have a chance. Doesn't guarantee it, but it has a favorable chance. And if you're not going to be playing conference championship weekend, all you can ask for is a favorable chance, and they should have that.
All right, he is Conor O'Gara at CJ O'Gara, big Bears fan. Tough loss to the Dolphins. We don't have time to discuss that one.
Hey, Justin Fields looked great, though.
I was going to
That's all
say
that matters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. We're not wins and losses. We're just points right now with Justin Fields. That's the only thing that's important.
Okay.
Best running back in the league right now, isn't he?
He's
I
good.
mean, he's been awesome. Man. He's unreal.
Set an NFL record against my team's defense for quarterback rush yards. I watched every one of them. Conor, thank you for the time. Enjoy the weekend.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Conor O'Gara with us from Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. He was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, and don't forget our buddy Greg from Pell City is out there working for you every day, Monday through Friday. He's busting it to take care of your roof, that roof that protects you, your family, and your prized possessions right there in that home. And he'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection anytime the rest of this year and into 2023. All you have to do is call up this number. Schedule ahead if you want to. If you don't need it right now, maybe you need it in January, go ahead and call Greg and start talking to him about that free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Or just go to Facebook and look him up there, Greg from Pell City. You may see his truck riding around with the big Next Round logo on it, the big black beauty that's rolling around. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He and his wife own the company, 20 years locally owned. You cannot beat our buddy right there, Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. So you hear Conor talk, and Matt's story is really interesting. Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South talking about Alabama's not Alabama anymore, and that's not their biggest problem. It's about recruiting at those positions and player development. And he makes the point, Matt does, that the most important positions in college football right now are what? Well, you start with quarterback, right?
Yeah, quarterback, and I would go wide receivers and cornerbacks and rush ends.
I mean, that has traditionally in the NFL, it has been quarterback, cornerback, left tackle, rush end.
Quarterback, edge rusher, left tackle, corners, and wide receivers. So you guys are all over it in different orders.
I just, this day and age of college football, as crazy as it sounds, I don't know how long it takes me to get to a defender. Like, my point there is, if I just start listing units, I think I might go quarterback, receiver, offensive line before I ever mention a defender. In college, not in the NFL now, in the way we're playing college football now, I think I would probably go those three units before I ever get to a defender.
But to me, the reason Georgia looks different against Alabama was because of their defense, the ability to –
You mean against Tennessee?
Against Tennessee.
Yeah.
Why Georgia looked better than Alabama against Tennessee was a little pressure on Hendon Hooker, but more importantly, the pressure is able to get to Hendon Hooker because the defensive backs had him covered down the field. Alabama's guys weren't, there was somebody running free all day long. The Georgia guys had them covered up all day long, which allowed that rush to get there just a little bit faster,
Look, I'm going to give you the top 10 leading receivers in college football, and you tell me something that jumps out.
Okay.
Number one, Rashee Rice, SMU.
Yep.
Keelan Stokes is number 2, Tulsa. Number 3 is Jalen Hyatt, Tennessee. Then Allie Jennings, Old Dominion, Xavier Hutchinson, Iowa State, Charlie Jones, Purdue, Nate Dell, Houston, Tyron Smith, UTEP.
Beep, beep, beep. I'll beep in. All those guys would leave those programs in a heartbeat to play at a program like Alabama or anywhere in the SEC.
Just finishing. 9 is East Carolina, 10 is Western Kentucky. I mean, there are receivers to be had.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of Group 5 teams in there, non-Power 5 teams in there that if you could recruit out of the transfer portal legally, you could go recruit those guys very easily, it would seem, outside of Jalen Hyatt, who's obviously at Tennessee.
But those numbers are being put up oftentimes playing like
That's
DBs
the thing you don't
and
know.
such. I mean, those. Do you not think Alabama's receiving core, if they were playing at Western Kentucky or Old Dominion, would be putting up those numbers too?
Yeah, I mean,
or at SMU?
Who among us thought Tyler Harrell would at least be in contention to lead Alabama in receiving yards this year?
Well, I at least thought he would catch a touchdown pass.
Lance, would you raise your hand on that one?
You
didn't think he'd be in contention? Oh, you never said that in the offseason.
I did say it in the offseason.
You didn't think he would be in contention to lead Alabama in passing yards?
I said that I don't understand why people are so high on him. It's not like he did anything at Louisville.
Well, yeah, but then we would always follow that up by saying, but Jamison Williams didn't do anything at Ohio State.
But different talent in Columbus and what you get in Louisville.
I don't disagree with that. So you expected this out of Tyler Harrell?
I didn't expect this. I'm not saying that. But if you would have asked me who's going to be the leading receiver,
I just said contend for it. I thought
maybe.
I thought Burton would be the leading receiver.
See, and I never saw anything out of Burton.
Yeah, but I was just playing. I've seen the rest of these guys, right?
Pritchlaw is right over there. He says Bama will have some spots open. Those receivers, he says, are getting wasted. Many will transfer away from Alabama. I don't know if they're getting wasted. There's a lot of platooning going on because there's no separation.
they're all getting an opportunity.
Yeah.
But there will be some departure because I don't think you want to go into 2023 with the same group of wide receivers, right? You
would hope not.
Either some will choose to leave or some will be, recommended that they leave.
Ja'Cory Brooks is the most puzzling one to me. There are times when he looks really good.
Yep.
And then there are times, Lance, when I'm just like, I don't know if they've got a good receiver. He's the most puzzling one of the entire group to me. Like, I think JoJo Earl's still young and raw. I think Kobe Prentice is obviously young and raw. He's a true freshman.
Kobe Prentice, I like him a lot.
I do too, and I think he could develop into a really good receiver one day. I don't know, man, but Brooks makes tough catches, and then you got that catch along the sideline Saturday night where Alabama gets some shots at the end zone to win the game rather than just going to overtime, and he can't haul the catch in. Those are catches you got to make in big-time college football.
All right, so when we come back, trash is part of the conversation, and still to come this hour, we'll do our stake bet for the weekend when we go to our old duel format. Lock of the day every day. You get that with Lance. He'll send it out at The Lance Taylor a little bit later on. And it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. We had a chance to hang out with the Hemp Hill guys last night.
Yeah, great guys. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the first ones that I call. Always fix it. First time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. There is a chance if Lunsford can get me a parking pass, I am going to go down to the Vestavia-Thompson playoff game tonight.
I said the same thing to him. If he gets me on the field, I'm going to go.
A ton of ways.
Well, I mean,
conditions. If Lunsford will give me a parking pass, I'll grace that game with my appearance. You're welcome, Thompson.
Jerry had mentioned me possibly being on the pregame show with them because they don't have a guest because it's a playoff game, and he invited me to be on their pregame show. And it just dawned on me the only thing keeping me from going at this point is a parking pass. So if Lunsford can manage me a parking pass, I'm going to do that. All that to say that in my head, I'm also planning out dinner in Champy's Chickens on the way down to Thompson.
Smart.
I may be going to the Thompson game just so I can eat at Champy's Chicken.
And you may get a parking pass at the game, too, if somebody will get off their ass.
Yeah. Well, can I get it in the store? Can I get a parking pass in the store?
Seriously, my God.
Champy'sChicken.com is where I'll have dinner tonight, I hope. I'll swing by there on Highway 119. You can do it, too. Great bar as well. While you wait on a to-go order, or if you want to just enjoy a nice evening after work with the wife or your girlfriend, whatever you're doing, Champy'sChicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great fried chicken. Wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales, and so much more. It's right there. Sterling and the crew, Champy's Chicken. Help them. Let them help you win your tailgate. Ole Miss rushing yards is what we're about to throw down a total.
That's right. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm the duel master.
I've done no research on
Jim
this.
has done zero research, much like all of Jim's stake bets.
On par.
Are you sitting there just crunching numbers?
I think Lance doesn't suggest this without having, or did you suggest it?
He did.
Yeah, I think that answers your question there.
But I'm 1-0 in dual stake bets.
This
am I
has
not?
never stopped you before, no. So they're going to go back-to-back like an old-school duel. I'll be the duel master here. They are going to write a number on the board. We're going to get closest to Ole Miss rushing yards.
Who's
we
it
do
brought
not do
to?
closest to going over. It is brought to you by New York Butcher Shop. All of our stake bets presented by New York Butcher Shop.
Yes.
Our buddy Jim and the gang there, New York Butcher Shop LT. They got a location at Cahaba Heights, also one just off 119-280. Great place for steaks. Here's a hidden trick, LT. Thanksgiving coming up, they've got those sides too. You just throw them in the oven. That's all you got to do.
Lady Bird told me this morning that's what she wants for dinner. New York Butcher.
She
I
doesn't
sent
bark.
Forrester some new pictures.
No, it's more like, Father.
Somebody stuck in a well? No. You're a butcher? Wagyu for dinner?
Wagyu for dinner. So they're going to go back-to-back here in an old-school duel. And
Don't write it down till you get over here.
Last week.
Because I may be able to see it, yeah.
Last week.
How can you see it?
I'm just saying. I want back-to-back.
Last week,
I'm not writing
Dunaway.
mine down until your back's to me.
Last week, Dunaway won in total Tennessee points. He had 28.5. Tennessee didn't get anywhere close to that there in Athens. So we're going to see what with Ole Miss total rushing yards. To put this in perspective as they write their number.
We don't have to touch.
Gentlemen, you know you like it. Timothy Oliphant. To put this in perspective, rushing numbers in offense for Ole Miss this year.
Don't give us any.
Oh my God! Interrupter McGraw.
I mean, it is ridiculous. You can't talk with this guy around.
Don't help him.
Ole Miss leads the SEC in rushing is all I was going to say, Interrupter McGraw, as Rockstar called you.
I've got my number.
All right. Lance and Jim, if you would please reveal your numbers now. Dunaway goes with 137.5. LT goes with 171.5.
And a half? Is that
and a half? That is a half. Ole Miss averages 267 a game, so both of you have them well under their season average.
I obviously think Alabama plays really well, apparently.
Clearly. Well, I mean, I think even Lance, though, Alabama.
I think we might. This might come down between 137 and 170.
Yeah, it's going to fall somewhere in between. We'll see who gets the closest. All right, that's our second duel bet.
Help us out in the chat room there. 171.5, 137.5. How can Alabama's defense hold Ole Miss's rushing attack this weekend? We'll see how it all plays out tomorrow, 2:30 there on CBS. Trash time, Rockstar. Let's get to that.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
A legit laugh from
It
Brown.
was. That guy was right in your face.
Surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started today or call 205-815-9200. You guys buy me 1 second before I get into this first.
God rest Gallagher. 76 was the official age. I watched a lot of Gallagher.
I did too.
When
I
I was a
remember
kid.
he was he had a trampoline in the shape of a couch, a massive couch, and one of his props was, look what I found. He found a massive potato chip. And then he did. Did you ever see the one where he got the sledge-o-matic? Did you ever see this one?
It's
he would hit
nothing
watermelon.
It's nothing but prop comedy, but as a kid, I loved every minute of it. Late night TV.
Earlier this week, we lost the great Jeff Cook from the band Alabama.
Yeah, I liked his stuff too.
We didn't mention him as much as we have Gallagher.
I'm trying. This is amazing. Okay, so we know scientifically women can only have a kid, every, I guess, technically 10 months, right?
Okay.
Nick Cannon is shooting these things out.
He is.
And I came across this story this morning. Shit, I can't find it.
I don't think it's the same woman, Lance.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see how many different women that he's got his 12 kids with.
Mm-hmm. A lot.
Well, it's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. But here, you know what his yearly child support is right now?
Nick Cannon's yearly child support.
He's 42, by the way.
He's 42.
A cash number or the number of kids he's supporting?
No, a cash number. on the 12 that he's supporting.
Is this annual or monthly?
This is annual.
Annual, I'm going to go $1.2 million.
I was exactly what I was going to say, $1.2 million.
$3 million.
Woo!
A little higher.
That'll make you get up, go to work every morning.
Says he has 12 children with 6 women.
Yeah. I mean, those swimmers are strong, man.
He is going to go broke.
Yeah, I think that's a given.
What does he do? America's Got Talent? He's the host of that?
He's got a talent.
He does. You need somebody pregnant.
Seriously.
Hired gun. We've got an Ohio woman yesterday copped to clobbering a female acquaintance in the face with a 10-pound bag of ground beef during a confrontation in the potato chip aisle of a Walmart in Cleveland.
That is a heck of an opening sentence.
Yep.
That is a lot of ground beef, though, 10 pounds. I mean, 10 pounds is a big, big pack of ground beef.
Now, in a deal with prosecutors, Monica Garner, 27, pleaded no contest to disorderly conduct in connection with her attack last year on a former neighbor. According to police, Garner was in the Walmart when she encountered Precious Jackson, 37, who was shopping with her 7-year-old daughter. Garner was accompanied by her 5-year-old son. Now, Jackson, who had lived downstairs from Garner in a University Heights duplex, had previously secured a protection order against the ex-neighbor.
Has their mom ever said, "Come here, my precious"?
Oh.
So they
watch your movie again?
They randomly run into each other at
Yeah,
this
and they
Walmart.
live together,
Yeah, and it looks like cops say that when Garner confronted Jackson in the potato chip aisle, she threatened to beat up Jackson and her daughter. Garner then allegedly pulled down Jackson's face mask and attempted to spit on her.
That's a 15-yard penalty, Rockstar.
When the spit missed the target, which is really difficult to do if you're face-to-face, right?
That's true, yeah.
Garner reached into Jackson's cart, removed the $22 meat log that we see there.
The old meat log.
Cops described the tube of ground beef as a blunt object in an arrest report. I don't think that meat would do anything to you unless it was frozen.
No, but I think it is frozen.
But also, she took it out of the other girl's cart. So you're beating on something that you're gonna. Are you still going to purchase that meat log?
Yes, ma'am. You
that you were assaulted with.
Yeah, I think that's defective, and I think it's going in the bin.
I mean, occasionally I'll stumble across on social media these fights in Walmart. And, I mean, they are absolute melees, and they create the biggest mess. I mean, like, they're knocking over the end caps, and, I mean, it's just a total riot.
That's the first thing I would do is record it.
Oh, yeah. No, everybody's got their phones out, yeah.
This one out of Japan, a senior executive of a designated crime syndicate based here and 4 other men were taken into custody November 8th for allegedly making bizarre threats using pig heads to throw off an internal conflict. Now, police arrested 60-year-old Junichi Kamara, a senior member of the Osaka's Azuma Guma gang, and 4 other men. They were taken in.
Yep. That's what?
Yep.
Azuma. It's spelled gummy gang. Anyway, police claim
they don't sound very intimidating to me.
Police claim the accused left pigs' heads were covered in red liquid and had knives inserted into their eyes on 2 vehicles owned by the 70-year-old mediator.
This looks like the Azuma Guma gang.
Wait, look, it's got red liquid coming out of its eyes. What?
Yeah. How about this one? We've heard the story about me hiding in a closet, right?
I have heard that story, yeah. Ceiling fan installation.
Police in Texas are describing a stabbing they're investigating at a San Antonio apartment complex as a, quote, love triangle gone wrong.
Yep, that's what I'd say.
Now, authorities say that the stabbing happened just after midnight on Tuesday. Police said the incident started when a girl invited her ex-boyfriend to her apartment. Sometime later, new boyfriend shows up. Investigators say she hid the ex in the closet, but the new boyfriend found the man. Fight breaks out. Ex-boyfriend stabs new boyfriend, then takes off. When officers arrived, they found the man with 4 stab wounds in his back. He was taken to the hospital, expected to recover.
Oh,
Suspect still at large, but they do know who he is.
But see, at that situation, why are you mad at the other guy?
Yeah, I'm mad at the girl more than anybody.
Just remove yourself from that situation.
This guy just broke in and went into
he's in my closet. My
Yeah.
God, he's in my closet. Hey, did you go out the window after that, or were you able to redress and go out the front door?
No, I waited it out once they left.
Oh, so they left. And,
Yeah. But it literally was like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Did you have that butt crack sweat the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was one of those. Again, if you've looked at houses in Homewood, there's no closet
Yeah,
space.
tiny closets, yeah.
You remember what the question I asked you?
And I was jammed up in it. What was your question?
Did you circle back and finish the deal before you left?
I think the moment has passed at that point.
Conspiracy theories people believe.
Oh, there's a lot of these.
I'll take no answer as a yes.
First one, celebrities aren't actually giving their kids absurd names. They're just publicizing their legal names. I don't know why a celebrity would need to do that.
What do you mean? I don't.
So it's like saying if I announce my name for my kid's going to be Beelzebub.
Yeah, like,
and just get attention, but then his name's really Michael.
Oh, you're protecting it, not publicizing
his
it.
real name's Michael.
No, I see what you're saying.
I'm just trying to be funny and try to get headlines.
Yeah, but you can, there would be some you could be so popular, I guess. I don't know who that would be right now, but if there was somebody so popular, they announced 5 months out, or 4 months out, we're going to name my kid whatever.
Yeah.
Then there could be a lot of people who have babies over the next 4 days who would flood to that name if you were so popular.
Like we saw a mutual,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we saw a mutual friend of ours who is known only by his nickname, he and his brother, and I have never heard him called anything else. And last Thursday night, I found out his actual name, and I'm like, I've never even thought about the fact that I've never heard him called anything but his nickname. Go ahead. I don't say.
I'm wondering who that is.
Well, I'll tell you in the break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's like my buddy Dirty. I never call him Mike.
Yeah.
That's his name.
Yeah.
It's always Dirty to me. Cat's Rusty.
It's
Rusty.
always dirty to me.
It's always dirty to me.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, Jim.
Here's another conspiracy theory that people believe. I believe this one. There's only one yawn on Earth. It constantly travels from person to person.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Contagious, man. I
It
do it.
is.
You're going to follow me.
Yep. All you got to do is see somebody do it.
Here's another one. Cosmopolitan and other similar magazines, I like this one, intentionally give out bad advice so their readers won't get in a relationship, what makes them keep buying magazines to get advice.
That's right. Yep.
Conspiracy theories.
Yep.
164 ways to blow her mind. I'm in.
Yeah. Earlier in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, people were saying that's why ESPN keeps rolling out Felica. It's a deal with Vegas to keep people making bad bets.
Yeah, people tell Felica and they're just losing their shirt.
Here's another conspiracy theory. Walmart's security system is shared with the government because every time they have a nationwide search for someone, they post a photo of them leaving a Walmart somewhere.
Yeah.
Got to have it grainy, though.
Yeah, no, that's right. I can't tell if that's Elvis. But.
And finally, Yuri Gagarin was not the first man in space.
Yuri Gagarin.
Yeah, just the first man to live through it.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Have you ever heard that story about the cosmonaut that they thought they had lost in space? They bring his wife in. This is no joke.
It was Matt Damon, wasn't it?
No,
this
is a true story.
He made it back, though.
True story. Cosmonaut, they think they've lost him in space. They even bring his wife in to tell him, goodbye, I love you, and all that. They put the prime minister or the whatever on, the premier on with him. He thanks him for his service to Mother Russia against all odds. I mean, like the miracle on miracles, he actually gets back in the Earth's atmosphere. And then his chute doesn't open and he crashes into the Earth. You know it's your time at that point, don't you?
What an ending.
Wait, so he couldn't land on his feet?
The man died twice.
He didn't eject, Lance. It was the shit.
I saw Capricorn 1, though.
Yeah.
And actually, what's his name came back? James Brolin. Yeah.
That is Trash brought to you by.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay. Thought you were.
Okay. All right. Just more? We got more?
Authentic Lounge back there.
Yeah.
Hey, more things old people say on Facebook. Rockstar's got pictures.
All right, here we go. That is my son. This is a guy on forklift. That is my son. My son just called me. That is not him. So good.
This is an older guy. Looks a lot like me looking into a camera.
Profile pic. Yeah.
How do you say that picture of you right now? I just okay. I'm speaking. It's just writing it down right now. It's writing down everything I'm saying.
Post it.
Wow. Price for applesauce at Walmart. Applesauce price Walmart. Help. Price for applesauce at Walmart. Sauce made from apples at Walmart. I need the price for applesauce at Walmart. Oh, is it not the Google My Bad? Search Google for applesauce price at Walmart. Help me search applesauce price.
That sucks. It's just
so good.
Consistent.
Yes, it is. Are we going to go to Corral about 15 times over? And then it says, yeah, unless you want to go somewhere else. No.
Yeah.
Just got to go to
That's
Corral.
the final one.
This one is right here. Cracker Barrel. My friend and I had a Wonder Home cooked meal at Cracker Barrel. However, An acquaintance who was not involved for obvious reasons told me the food was not homemade and it's heated up.
Get out.
He has no appreciation for fine dining.
That was sent to Cracker Barrel's Facebook page. That's funny. You were not invited for obvious reasons. You knew Carl. You know him.
Obvious reasons.
And that is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, home values on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of your current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Scott's put together some great sound. We'll hear from some of that, including Bo Nix before a big game in prime time tomorrow when we come back on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. Big games everywhere. MyBookie can get you in the game.
And don't forget at mybookie.ag, use promo code NEXTROUND. Your first deposit is matched halfway all the way up to $1,000. That's right, halfway all the way up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. There's Lance, everybody. Lance on his way to the bathroom. That was the lock of the day. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, and it is halfway matched up to $1,000. In other words, put in $200, play with $300 right away. That simple. Not just a sports book, a community. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119, and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Alabama's over at Ole Miss this weekend. Heard from Nick Saban earlier talking about taking a lot of the blame of where Alabama is at this point and teaching and such like that, and then wanting his guys to be a little tougher in road situations. Lane Kiffin trying to keep his guys level-headed with the Tide coming to town.
How did you kind of see the team and the guys respond after having that week and just knowing what's kind of ahead of them the rest of November?
I mean, I'm sure it sounds crazy. We don't sit and talk about Bama week and all that everybody else in the country seems to do. We got a lot of things to work on to get better, and it really doesn't matter. It matters that you do things really well. That's how you win games. So I didn't notice anything different, but I'm glad I didn't, because that's not how we train them, because we don't want to be a program like that. We get up for these games, but we don't for these. That's what I get mad at our fans for doing. So we're not supposed to do that.
Yeah. Now, I think he learned a little bit. Last year, it seemed like he put a lot into that Alabama game, and they came up flat in Tuscaloosa. He seems to be taking it a little bit more level-headed this time with Alabama coming to town.
He says that. I don't know if I believe that. I think if Lane could win one game on the schedule every year, it's against Nick Saban.
But the whole get your popcorn ready came back to bite him in the butt last year.
Really quickly.
Yeah.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Next Round, brought to you by Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of the extra añejo, and the reposada tequilas, and it's aged now in the European oak barrel, double filtered to remove that color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Josh Heupel's Tennessee team is a hefty 20-point favorite as they play host to Missouri. And for them, it's about bouncing back from that loss against Georgia.
Situational football is going to be critical against a good football team like they are. And, you look at some of the things that we did before the snap that we are certainly in control of. It changed the way third downs were played, changed situational football. Again, we weren't good on the plus side of the territory, had opportunities. But there's nothing we can do about that. What we can do is correct it moving forward. And this group, that's who they are. That's what they're about. They're competitors. And if you don't wipe the slate clean, whether you win or lose, you're setting yourself up for failure and not getting ready to go play your best football. This group will rebound.
They were impressive how they handled Kentucky coming down from the Alabama win. It'll be interesting to see the game they get after their first loss, what they get against Missouri this week.
Look, Missouri's the first time being a 21-plus point underdog since joining in the SEC to anyone outside of Georgia and Alabama. This game Tennessee should be complete blowout. I mean, their one weakness, pass defense, giving up almost 300 yards per game. But Brady Cook is not a quarterback that's going to beat you.
Yeah, I think his big challenge is keeping this team focused for 3 weeks. I mean, their upcoming schedule, this game at South Carolina and Vanderbilt, I mean, it will be easy to sleepwalk through those games. And,
But I mean, the focus should be, hey, look,
that's what I'm saying.
I think we all agree if they win out, they're going to be in.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's his challenge, is to keep them focused on that. Like, everything we wanted to play for except an SEC championship is still at hand.
In this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We'll tell you a big injury back this week is Conor Wegman for Texas A&M. Flew last week. They played 3 different quarterbacks. Texas A&M coming to town. He's back in the game. If you need to get back in the game, our friends at Precision Sports can do it for you.
They're the best. 'Tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedure you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Dennis Dodd, new hot seat ranking out at CBSSports.com. It's part of the top reads at nextroundlive.com if you want to check it out. Jimbo Fisher mentioned prominently there. He gets asked the question about what he relies on when things get tough in his life.
So as head coach, you never lost 5 in a row. So who or what do you rely on during these times?
Experience, people you talk to or you know of, and your own guts and realization. And you look at why it happens. At the end of the day, when you call somebody for advice, what do they tell you? Well, I don't know. I ain't in your situation. When you really get down to it, why did you lose them? What's going wrong? And that's what, at the end of the day, it's what you got to go back to. You got to teach yourself. I mean, you look at history, and I always learned that history of losing games, you never let one become 2. You never let it how it affects how you prepare for the next game. But what they all end up telling you, you know what you're doing. You know how to do it. You've done it for a long period of time. Trust your guts. Trust your instincts. Trust your knowledge of what you do, and go back to the basics and fundamentals. Everything when you go in life, when you get out of whack, go back to your basic fundamentals. Remember God, remember family, remember the things you make good decisions for. Go back right now. Remember how to block, remember how to tackle, remember how to run a route, remember how to read a play, remember how to fit a run, and go back to your fundamentals and coach the heck out of them and believe in them.
Now, when he says God, is he talking about Yahweh God or Nick Saban? Because earlier this year, God was Nick Saban.
If I'd laid a hammer next to him and ask you, what is the more intelligent object? Is it Jimbo or is it the hammer?
The hammer hasn't lost 5 straight.
I don't know about you guys. If somebody calls me for advice, I try to give them advice. It might not be good advice. And if Jimbo called me for advice, I'd say, give up your play calling. You are one of the worst play callers in football right now.
It would take a true friend to tell him that. It is hard to believe. It's hard for me to grasp. Their last win was that Arkansas game at Jerry World.
Yeah.
Which they should have lost.
I know.
Kick off the upright. And usually people on your staff aren't going to tell you that because they don't want to lose a job.
That's right.
If there's a coaching change or a shakeup on how we do things, you may not be the tight ends coach anymore. The new guy may bring in a new tight ends coach. One more, Bo Nix getting ready out in Eugene for a big primetime game. Questionable whether the Oregon Ducks can beat Washington. Can Bo stay hot and stay in the Heisman race? Here's Bo Nix.
How fun has this year been for you on a personal level?
It's been so much fun. I think just being out there with the guys, and like it just showed on Saturday. You got different people scoring, everybody celebrating. The whole offense is going up and down. Defense is having their fun. I think just as a whole, I think that's why we're playing really well. I think we just connect well with each other, and we got enough older guys and enough new guys that are just kind of feeling their way through it, and then the older guys with the experience are just kind of bringing the experience. So I think that collectively as a whole, we're just having a blast, and I think that it shows on the field, and it I would say it correlates to winning. I think having fun takes your mind out of the seriousness of the game, and you're just allowed to go out there and do you.
Again, if they'd opened with Eastern Washington, they would be in the college football playoff top 4 in all likelihood, and we would be saying, man, this team. They haven't played anybody, but boy, they look dominant.
Let me tell you something amazing. Bo Nix scored 15 touchdowns all of last year. He has got 3 consecutive games of at least 5 touchdowns.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's in 3 games. He's had more touchdowns this year than all of 2021.
Wow.
Tyler Watts joins us to talk more about Alabama and everything else going on in college football when we come back. The show is brought to you in part by Nichols Outfitters. They're ready to help you this holiday season.
They are, and they are clearing out all that stuff to get ready for the new 2023 items coming in. So that means you could save for this Christmas season heading to Nichols Outfitters right now. In fact, much of their stock up to 30 to 50% off select items. You'll find it right there at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Final hour of the show. As always, brought to you by our wonderful friends at Ghost and Bud Light. It's our happy hour on Friday as we get ready to roll here. And we're also getting ready for the Watts Agency as he comes in here. One of the, Tyler Watts is the guy who runs the Watts Agency, independent insurance providers that can help you save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Let's put a quick shot of the guy who's going to save you money, the guy you want to trust.
Well, I haven't seen a dunce hat in a while.
No, it's an old school.
It's an old
Man,
reference.
I needed to wear this Saturday. I swear to you. You talk about missing a bunch of games. Hey, Tennessee's got a bunch of explosive playmakers. They can't complete anything all day long. Surely Georgia's not that good, are they?
They seem pretty good.
They
That
are
was
pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll admit that. But are their DBs that much better than Alabama's? I mean, surely scheme-wise.
I mean, watching Ringo.
Ringo looks like an NFL dude.
He really does. And, I thought there were a couple of bad PIs on him. He's aggressive, but he's good.
Yeah.
And then Bennett, good gracious, are we ever going to give this kid credit for being pretty doggone good?
Nope.
Well, you know, he's the second leading passer in the conference.
And that T-shirt that y'all put up there the other day, I saw his arm muscle, his tricep. You think he photoshopped that?
100%.
I don't think he needs to.
Tim Tebow's arm, probably, is what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. And then LSU, obviously, I don't even know what to talk about with that game. Just sitting there watching it, I'm like, holy cow, are we ever going to run the football? I mean, even if it doesn't work, just can we stop going 3 and out on 3 incomplete passes? That game to me seemed like for the first series or two, LSU was playing faster on the defensive side than our receivers were, and Bryce was playing at the pace of the defense. And then as the game went on, it was like, all right, now the receivers caught up, and then Bryce slowed down. He's missing a lot of open people, though. He has no faith whatsoever in Trey Burton, because there was several routes I thought he had one-on-one opportunities there, and he's just looking for Latu the entire time. That's like the only guy that he wants to throw to.
If I could go back in one moment in time of this Alabama season, it would be back to first down at Tennessee, driving where you end up missing the long field goal. I would go back and
last possession, Alabama's last possession.
Yeah, and I would run it at least once.
Probably so. I don't even know if that would have worked though, because I think they brought pressure on that first down, and he was forced to roll out and throw the ball away. But yeah, hindsight. Well, worst case scenario though, there's not enough time for Tennessee to do it.
What is that play they used to call in the old days when somebody would pressure you on first down and you would drop a little a draw play?
A draw play.
Would that work?
Screen pass,
draw or screen. They don't do a whole lot of that anymore.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of things they don't do. They don't line up underneath center anymore either.
Nope. They don't. If you'll take that dunce hat off for a second and drop us the knowledge of.
No, hold on. I want to see if Rockstar, if I stand up, will he come dance behind me? We could use this as a recruiting video or something. Ole Miss is busting out the new uniforms for the band.
That's right.
All you got to do is ask.
That was a joke.
No, he wants to. You want him to wear the dunce hat?
This is awful.
The Watts Agency, though, can hook you up with great savings.
I'm a lot better at insurance than I am at predicting college football games, apparently. And please give us a call at 205-664-4444. We have agents standing by. I tell y'all, in all seriousness, man, our insurance industry is going nuts like everything else. Inflation. You have inflation costs. They're not making money because of pure loss. Labor's gone up. Parts have gone up. Materials gone up. Everything's gone up. And so, I mean, I would not be surprised at all if you open up your homeowner's insurance policy at renewal and it's gone up 15, 20, 25%.
Shut up. Wow. 15, 20, 25%?
20, yeah. We're seeing that across the board. And it's like every company. So now is absolutely the time to just take 10 minutes. I mean, it's worth a lot of money to do this. You can go work harder or you can take 15, 20 minutes and save a lot of money.
I want to do both. I want to work harder, but I want to save money too. You can do it with the Watts Agency.
Nobody works harder than Jimmy D.
No, I'm not saying that. I want to work harder.
Obviously, whoever made that T-shirt didn't work too hard. They take a 49er shirt, they run out of Tampa Bay colors or something.
Veterans Day, military appreciation. I don't know about you, but the last
more shut up juice for me, huh?
Last great wars we fought were in the desert, the sand color instead of the wooded camouflage, the jungle camouflage. If you look at Bryce Young, though, and you talk about not trusting his receivers, that interception on that first drive was so uncharacteristic of him.
He's got to just take the sack right there or throw it away.
Or run it.
Or the receiver needs to come back to him. Of course, that's more difficult to do when he's running across the end zone. Yeah, but I mean, that's this much. You know, that ball's that much more out front. It's a touchdown.
So I was told this week that The offensive line, at least the coaching staff, doesn't believe it's as bad in pass protection as many think, because so many of the plays that break down, the ball's supposed to already be out.
Sure.
And
half their offense is scramble drill.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it really is. It's broken up plays like Johnny Manziel or something.
But what I was told by, and this comes from somebody that knows what they're doing here, is that it's less about how bad the offensive line is. Is it the best in the country? No, but it's less about that and more about Bryce just has zero confidence in the receivers being where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, it's like flag football.
Yeah, but a lot of times, Tyler, real quick, the person that told me this is like a lot of the sacks you see, Bryce is supposed to be able to release that ball right as the receiver stems the route. Right as the receiver gets the DB squared up.
That's the timing that we always talk about.
That's the timing, right? And he just doesn't trust that they're going where they're supposed to go after they stem the route.
They're not crisp on the routes. They're not setting the guys up to be able to do it. They're just not on the same page. Those are things that typically you work out throughout the course of the year, and you are able to make that happen. Now, how much of that also might have to do in the fact that they're rotating 10 guys? I mean, is this the week we see the young receivers really get an opportunity? Why not?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, I mean, can you snap out of this? I mean, we're deep into the season, and you just hadn't seen separation. You haven't seen good routes run. I mean, can you snap out of this?
Well, we think that that's the case. And there's probably a little bit of both, where the routes may not be quite as crisp or where they need to be, but maybe he's holding on the ball too long or not going the right place. I don't know. Can he snap out? He's going to have an opportunity this weekend, I think, too, against this Ole Miss defense. I think they'll have trouble. Everybody else, they've had a hard time stopping everybody else. I think Alabama will be able to name their score, won't they?
It's easy to say it's coaching, to blame it on the coordinators. That's the easiest thing to do.
Cop out,
right? But really, these guys were the same ones that were coaching last year that had them in the national championship game and up in the third quarter.
You got to have players, and you have to execute. That's what the game is all about. And then who's got the motor to get out there and not give up. And every play on paper works, and it should work, and it always comes down to execute. There are very few plays at the college level where the offense breaks the huddle and the defense does not know what's coming.
Over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Corey says Bryce limited in practice doesn't help either. You've been in a situation where you've been banged up, limited in practice. Does that hurt the rapport with the receivers?
Well, it didn't hurt you so much with the option.
Yeah.
But when you're throwing the ball, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. But shouldn't this work have already been done?
Yeah.
I mean, they should have been on the same page coming into the season. And for whatever reason, it hadn't worked. Yeah, I think that that's probably a valid point. I think like everything else, it's not as simple as we like to drill it down to. It's probably a whole lot of factors that are coming into play. But it's been something. It's been a lot different than it has over the last several years.
Tyler Watts is with us, Watts Insurance Agency. If people want to save real money, I mean, this is real savings in tough economies, they do this with you.
Yeah, give us a call, 205-664-4444. We'd love an opportunity to talk to you. We've been able to help out several members of this family, and we'd love an opportunity to talk to you as well.
I'm interested in Lane Kiffin saying we don't get up, we don't do an Alabama week. We don't get up differently for Alabama. Do you believe that to be the case?
No, I don't believe that. He says one thing. He's done a much better job, right, of kind of toning down the rhetoric behind the podium and on the camera, but he still takes his jabs when the time calls for it. But I think the message inside that locker room definitely is they're gettable. These guys, we can get them this year. We don't have to do anything different. We just got to be ourselves, and we can beat them.
So Conor O'Gara, when you talk about the run game, brought this up the other day that Alabama is third in the nation in yards per attempt at 5.91. And when you just look at attempts per game, they're like 88th.
Remove the explosive plays of 30 yards or more.
So this is
and
more.
What does it look like?
So this is more a reflection of Alabama's hit a few good home runs.
I think so.
Well, I think 25% of their carries have resulted in no yards or losses.
Yeah. So it's not just as easy as saying, "Hey, look at those numbers. You just got to run it more." What you're saying is running it more just opening the door for one more home run play?
You keep thinking if you're not a solid running football team, you have to throw in order to set up the run. But they're kind of struggling in the passing game right now, so maybe they're not getting the looks that they need up front. Or once again, it comes down to when you don't feel as confident, your best player is your quarterback, you want the ball in his hands. But it's been an Achilles heel, their inability to pick up how many times have we seen them this year need a half a yard and not be able to get it because there's penetration and pressure in the backfield. Who cares? They line up 10 guys across the front. You just got to push them a little bit, and they can't get the yard.
You know what's amazing, though, is Brown crunched the numbers quickly the other day, is Jahmyr Gibbs is only averaging 12.5 touches, at least rushing attempts per game. And that's, by far the second best player on that offense. Why is he not getting more opportunities?
All right, so if you can – twofold, I think. One, he ain't on the field when he probably needs to be, but I think that's his fault a lot of times, because if you can man these receivers up and guard them one-on-one, then he's not and bring pressure, he's not the guy you want in the backfield. We've seen him miss protections, not pick up people. He's good on that angle route. You can line him up outside, which is where he probably needs to be to get some mismatches. But he's kind of a liability when he's in the box and not going to get the ball in his hands on a hot route, I think.
I don't think Jace gets the ball enough. I think McClellan's really good.
Yeah, I think all of them, if they were the featured back, would be really good.
Yeah, Roydell will
if
get
there
you
was a commitment to it.
Yeah. Roydell will get you 4 yards through a brick wall. He runs hard.
He runs real hard.
He's the hardest runner on the team.
Yeah.
But it's not an easy fix. I don't know what the answer is. Obviously, they study this stuff every day, and they don't have the answer.
Let me ask you this. Game on the line in Oxford. Give me the 3 receivers you want to see on the field.
Where has Prentice gone?
I don't know. Where have any of them gone?
Right. Latu, you got to have him.
You'd have to have Latu. He's your tight end, so give me him and 3 receivers.
Do you remember in Little League?
Bounds.
Huh? What?
Bond.
Isaiah Bond. Boy,
is that how y'all pronunciate it?
Bond?
Yeah, Bonds. Do you remember in Little League when you didn't have to have 9 or 10, they let 14 bat? Do you remember how long it took for you to bat again?
That was miserable.
It was miserable.
Now, my dad never would let anybody swing because he knew pitchers couldn't throw strikes. So it was a wall.
It was all about the dub.
Until we got to the top of the lineup.
But that's what this receiving corps feels like right now. It's like you catch a pass and you play this series and you go to the back of the line.
Where's 11 been the last 3 weeks?
It takes forever for you to get back into your rotation again.
Yeah.
That's what Pritchlaw says. 11, 7, and 10 is who he'd go with.
Well, 11's not even on the field.
Kobe Prentice has got 2 receptions the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Total.
Yeah.
1 per game, right?
So
one LSU, 3, excuse me, 1 against LSU and 2 against Mississippi State.
So you'd go Latu, Bond, Brooks, and JoJo Earl, or you'd want Kobe Prentice out there?
Who's your deep threat? You
don't throw the ball deep.
Say, right.
It should be Bond
or Brooks, right?
Or Brooks
dropped one down there, and if he catches at the end of the fourth quarter, you have 2 shots at the end zone. But
here's the problem, because I like Trayshawn Holden. Now, is he going to catch it? No, I don't know, but he'll get open.
Will he? Where was he last weekend?
Yeah, he got open against Tennessee. He just didn't catch him.
I
know catching is very important for.
Yeah. It's part of it.
How different do you think this team would be with the dominant receiver? Brown brought up Jordan Addison earlier. If they had,
it'd make every one of them better, wouldn't it? It'd make every single one of them better if you just had someone who could push the ball
because nobody's getting
the
doubled.
Field depth, right? And I think that would be. That'd be huge. If they had a true deep threat that could take the top off and take a corner and a safety out on every play, because that opens everything else up.
Will in the Vulcan Tire chat room, to show you the state of the receiving corps, he names a running back and a tight end, 1 and 2.
Well, your running back.
Gibbs and Latu.
Yeah, the running back might be the best receiver in the group.
Tyler Watts is with us, the Watts Agency. More questions with Tyler, but go ahead and tell him again how you can save them thousands.
Check us out online at TylerWattsInsurance.com or give us a call at 205-664-4444. Doesn't matter if it's your personal insurance or your commercial insurance. We love to insure businesses. Working on a daycare right now. That's a lot of fun. And, if it's out there, we have the expertise to be able to do it, and we'd love to talk to you.
Nick has hinted this week, Coach Saban's hinted that they're more dropped back because of Bryce Young's skill set the last 2 years, and that it may look different next year. They may return more to a running and RPO kind of offense. Personnel sometimes dictates the play calling, the offense?
Always. It has to. You're stubborn if you're a coach and you do your system, regardless of what the tools and the pieces that you have to work with are. You got to take what they're good at, what they're capable of, and try to utilize it as much as you can, right?
Yeah.
But I think this Alabama offense traditionally, though, look at what Stark does at Texas, too. He's a king of we're going to run the football and we're going to play action off of it. And it's a lost start, but it works.
Oh, I love the play action off the run. Those are the best plays.
That's how you get deep shot home runs.
One of my favorite Alabama plays of all time was A.J. McCarron. Was it to Omari at the SEC championship game?
Yeah.
That great game with Georgia, back and forth, and they were right around the 50-yard line and play action in the line, threw him down the other side. It was a great play.
I mean, this is a very novice football question, but do you see less play action because you see less under center? I mean, I know you can still play action from the shotgun,
It's
but
not the same.
It doesn't sell it the same. No.
Not at all, because defensive guys, when they can kind of see what's going on and not really have
because
to commit.
correct me if I'm wrong.
They don't have to commit.
Yeah, the big part about play action was how you angled your body on the handoff fake, so the safeties and linebackers couldn't see the ball, right?
You had the ball,
and you can't do that for the shotgun.
As the play develops, they can still see what's going on versus, look, these guys know what plays are coming and what to look off of based on what's going on in the backfield anyway. But I mean, you're set up for the RPO, and that's about it.
So do you believe, you said earlier, I don't know if you were kidding or not, Alabama can name their score against Ole Miss. Do you believe bounce-back game, Alabama wins big?
You want to put the hat back on?
Big.
You want to put the hat back on for this?
Yeah. I should, shouldn't I? I probably misspelled dunce also. Those rushing numbers, though, that y'all were throwing out for Ole Miss, if they hit north of 150, you know what? That's not even really a number anymore. Remember when you got 150 yards in a game, man, you were going to win. 200 yards? Absolutely. It was a blowout because you controlled everything.
But again, Ole Miss is averaging 267 on the ground.
And it doesn't mean as much as it used to, though. It really doesn't.
Quarterbacks are getting a lot of yards, too.
Yeah, and they do. Yeah. I don't know yet, because you do wonder how flat that they'll be. It's all about the defense, though. I mean, is this going to be a low-scoring game, or is it going to be in the 50s again? We've seen both this year.
And we've seen both in this series the last couple of years, right?
Right.
Ole Miss couldn't score last year, and it was 63.
But they moved the ball.
63-40
They moved the ball
something.
pretty good for the first two quarters. It was in the third and fourth quarter that they kind of started to struggle.
Lane kept going for fourth
God,
downs.
he's got to throw that notebook away, right?
The analytics, they kill
the
you.
analytics,
I
it's
wouldn't
always
this
wrong.
year. I wouldn't against this defense. I would go for it. Absolutely.
You would?
Yeah, same situation as last year. I'd go for every one of those.
If I've got a mobile quarterback, I like going for it against Alabama. They just struggle with that mobile quarterback so much.
It's hard.
I know.
It's tough. And what did Georgia do versus Tennessee that was so different than us on the defensive side? To me, it came down to one thing: the interior defensive front. Those guys were able to apply pressure and get in Hooker's face, and we are not able to do that. And because we're not as dominant as we have been, we can't control the line of scrimmage with just four guys, and it forces everything else to be all cattywampus.
Yeah, cattywampus.
Yeah, and before the season, I mean, I think we all would have agreed that Alabama would have had an opportunity to break a sack record collectively with what they have.
Yeah, but that you're saying exactly what Joel Klatt told us Monday is Alabama doesn't have the guy that can push somebody back in the quarterback's lap and and get him off rhythm.
And where did Bryce Young really, really, really struggle last week versus LSU when that pressure was coming right up the middle? When he was coming right up the middle, that got him off of his game quicker than anything else.
Cattywampus, by the way, American slang from the 19th century. Askew, awry, kitty corner. Cattywampus is a variant of catawampus.
Did I misuse it?
No, you actually did.
It's all jacked up.
I didn't think it was a real word. I just
Dunaway can use it in a sentence for us.
Well, Tyler did.
Yes. I used to think Buddy's Barbecue shed off of Highway 31 in Alabaster was cattywampus, but I miss the great food now.
That was a long
That was
sentence.
a place you could not sit down, could you?
You could not. They did not have a place to sit down.
Do you think they bought that thing from Lowe's parking lot, that restaurant? Because it's exactly what it looked like. What was in your mama's backyard?
That's
you know
right.
where she kept her mower.
Where she kept her mower and her rakes. Yeah, that was really good.
Tyler Watts, tell them about the Watts Insurance Agency.
Yeah,
Tyler.
give us a call, 205-664-4444. Always a blast to come on this show, and love an opportunity to build a relationship with you as well.
Yeah.
Thank
Hey,
you.
and just remember, when you open up that home insurance policy this year, maybe a little cattywampus. That's the guy you want to call.
Look at it. Don't get on auto
pay.
Auto everything.
Never know
where
what you're
you
being
just
charged.
ignore what's going on. Next thing you know, your kids are signed up for Netflix and everything else, and you're broke. How many things hide under the banter of a Google charge for $9.99?
I never know what I'm getting charged for.
Everybody's
The whole
jamming
thing's-
up. I noticed
I know.
the other day that Apple Plus is gone, and it's not a big deal, but you think about how many subscribers they've got. It's gone from like $5.99 to $7.99 a month.
Yeah.
So you just jam everybody up an extra $2.
I've been a member. I will not tell you the online sports page I'm a member of, but I was one of their first subscribers, and they give it, what is it, $1 a month?
Yes.
My bill the other day, auto pay, without me even looking at it, was $71 for this year.
Holy smokes.
$71.
You didn't even get like a shoe phone or anything.
No, exactly.
The commemorative shoe phone.
Yeah.
$71. Brown could sign up right now and get a whole year for $6.
Or I just get you to
And
download
good luck
it.
canceling it, right?
I haven't yet.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this. Not a good business.
God, I want to do business with you so bad. I could take advantage of you and make you poor.
They put a ceiling on how much I could own of this company. They were like, you can only own this much. You're a very silent partner is what we want. All right, that's Tyler Watts, the Watts Agency. We love him. When we come back, Rockstars Playhouse and a lot more right here on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on the next round. 3 more segments to go before we fully head into a Week 11 weekend. But a couple of games tonight, including East Carolina and Cincinnati at Nippert Stadium in Cincy, 7 o'clock ESPN2. Good game there. Lance has a lot coming up a little bit later at the Lance Taylor if you want to check that out. Also, we'll be down at the Floribama broadcasting 2 days on December 9th and 10th on Army-Navy weekend as we return to the Floribama. Make plans to, if you're in the area, to come see us for the full show 9 to 1 Central on December the 9th. If you're down on the Gulf Coast, come hang out with us and raise a glass, and we'll talk the college football playoffs and Army-Navy that week and a lot more of the college football offseason down at the Floribama.
Yeah, I got family down there right now, and they're going by the Floribama. And if you're looking for a place to watch games on Sunday, check out the Old River Grill. Again, the Yacht Club, I ate there 7 times in 1 week when we were there back in July. The Floribama, just the best bar in America. They've got all types of annual events, including Army-Navy that Dunaway mentioned there. The most famous beach bar in the country, Floribama Lounge, has numerous annual events. Regular guests plan their schedules around beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more. You can get annual passes. They've got great merch, a new merch store that they opened just a couple of years ago. Get in, enjoy just incredible times at the Floribama when you're down on the Panhandle.
Clayton Kershaw nearing a 1-year deal to stay with the LA Dodgers. You happy about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, he was really good this past year, and he's getting to the point where I think it's going to be year by year.
Yep.
You just feel like next year might be it.
Could retire as a Dodger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eagles, still potentially a 17-0 team. Do they lose this weekend?
They do not. They're a double-digit favorite against the Commanders. I think they will handle the Commanders easily.
I mean, every time they win, they're one step closer.
I know. You use the word potentially. I just laugh that we don't always.
It was one of the headlines on some platform I was reading today that said, "Can the Eagles go 17-0?"
I laugh that we do this.
Basketball tonight, Michigan State and Gonzaga. Good game, 5:30. Celebrating Veterans Day on the USS Abraham Lincoln. 5:30. The game will be played on the Carrier there out in San Diego. Auburn at home, a 20-point favorite to South Florida at 7 tonight. Bama's at home, an 8.5-point favorite to Liberty. UAB's in Philadelphia playing in the first ever Barstool Invitational there. They got a challenging game with Toledo. Could be 2 NCAA tournament teams there. UAB a 5.5-point favorite in that one. But right now, as we do every Friday during the football season at this time, it is time for Rockstar's Playhouse, and it's brought to you by Greg from Pell City in Storm Restoration Roofing. Nobody does it better than Greg. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Here's the best part, though. He's a father of 10 kids, so he knows how every penny counts in a household and how important that roof is, too. So he'll get on that roof and give you a free, no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. Call him up. This is his cell number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. This is Rockstar's Playhouse.
Rockstar's Playhouse. This is Rockstar's Playhouse. This is Rockstar's Playhouse. Come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse. This is Rockstar's Playhouse. This is Rockstar's Playhouse. Come out and play.
Let's have some fun. Oh, that sounds swell. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us on such short notice. My name is Bertram Hiddlefink, and Commissioner Sankey has given me the opportunity to give you guys the state of the SEC.
I honestly thought this was Feinbaum when I looked at it.
We appreciate Feinbaum and all his work. I wanted everyone here to know that we at the SEC are working on 58 different things to vastly improve this ever-growing conference. I will give you several examples which are totally unrelated to each other in any way. First thing is that we already have the wheels in motion to pay for a Twitter membership and be blue check verified by the end of the year. We have already allotted a specific amount of money for over 24 months of Twitter verification. Now, as a side note, after reviewing this past weekend's LSU-Alabama game, we found that during the 2-point try in overtime by LSU, one of the Tiger players was lined up off sides. The call was missed, but since it was overtime and hence the final play of the game, we have regretfully decided that we could not in good faith say that that play was successful. The try did not count, and we can only let the score before the play be the final score of the game. I know a few of you will be upset about this decision, but here in the SEC, we're all about fairness, and if we let that one play stand, it becomes a slippery slope of tarnishing the image of the greatest conference in college football.
So Alabama won?
I'm just whatever the score was before the 2-point conversion. I'm unaware of what it.
Crimson Tide back in the playoff hunt, baby.
31-30.
That's
I like
right.
that.
All right.
Also, in an unrelated note, we were recently made aware that several Tennessee volunteer players broke COVID protocols before taking the field against the University of Alabama on October 15th this year. Look, we take this pandemic very seriously, and not one team is above the others when it comes to rules. That being said, we have had no choice but to vacate that victory for the Volunteers. I know a few of you will be upset about this decision, but here in the SEC, we're all about fairness, and if we allow certain players to break protocol without repercussions, it becomes a slippery slope of tarnishing the image of the greatest conference in college football.
So vacation, that means
undefeated.
They're unbeaten now.
Undefeated, number one in the country.
I wasn't even aware who they were playing. I just know that they broke protocol.
Okay.
And since we like to have a little fun here at the SEC, and everyone has lottery fever, we at the SEC are getting in on the action by giving an additional $14 million to one of the 14 programs in the conference. It was decided that the winner that we randomly selected will be whoever comes first alphabetically in the conference.
Wait a minute.
I don't have the list in front of me right now, but congrats to that lucky team.
Guys, that's Alabama.
Is it bad?
Crimson Tide. First academic.
Congrats to Alabama. Sorry. As you can see here at the SEC, we are making sure that rules are applying to everyone. Measures are always being taken to ensure that all programs be created equally. As we always say at the SEC, roll with the punches.
Rockstar Playhouse, it's a Rockstar Playhouse, it's a Rockstar Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar Playhouse, it's a Rockstar Playhouse, it's a Rockstar Playhouse, come out and play.
Presented by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg and Pell City. There, I miss the days when every review went Alabama's way too. That doesn't happen as much anymore.
It's funny. Caleb in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says that Rockstar looks like Beethoven.
He did. Little Ludwig bun.
So Paul Feinbaum looks like Beethoven.
Yeah, I've never thought that though.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that, Dunaway. That was a wild ruling where Latu's foot is out of bounds and his hand's on the ball, and Bama keeps possession.
So they finally got one this year. Every other one.
I didn't even understand that because the dude, who was the official that they had?
Lee Mornier.
No. Yeah. Bill Lemoyne, TV ref guy.
He had already said something crazy earlier in the broadcast. I forgot. But when he said that, I was like, what in the hell is he talking about?
But, he spotted it right away. It was the only reason I thought maybe he's going to be right. Because when I watched the replay, I'm like, it looks like dude's got the ball.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. The only thing I question on the call, I wouldn't have overturned it because, to me, once the LSU player had two hands on the football, I know he hadn't completed possession according to the
Bill
officials.
Lamagna, yeah.
But to me, once you've got two paws on it, that's your ball at that point.
I thought so too.
Yeah. And then once Latu touched it out of bounds, then the play should have been down.
That's almost one of those where you look at the review and you're like, that's probably Alabama's ball, but they really deserve to keep it at this point.
They really don't deserve the ball.
I think LSU deserves the ball.
Did they
more.
end up scoring on that possession?
Who?
I can't remember.
I think they kicked a field goal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they kicked a field goal on that one. So obviously that was a critical call. And at the end, maybe his finger touches the ball on that tip where Bama got the pass interference in the end zone and they reviewed the tip ball. But I think everybody forgets it's got to be 100% once you go to review. And I don't think there's any way 100% you could say his finger touched the ball.
I couldn't really tell if his finger moved or if it was just normal movement and really the rotation of the ball didn't look like it changed.
It didn't look like the ball changed at all. And that's not the rule. The ball doesn't have to change. But I'm just saying that would at least be an indicator.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate Rockstar and the SEC with that update right there. We'll see if the college football playoff rankings reflect that update from the SEC when they do it again on Tuesday night. So that makes tomorrow's game for Alabama huge in Oxford. So it's just virtually a playoff elimination game for a couple of teams in the SEC. When we come back, we'll get back into our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. You can play there at nextroundlive.com if you do not have a ball in the bucket. If you hadn't gone 3-0 at least once this year, you got it this weekend and next weekend is your last two chances to do it. We'll do the championship weekend coming up week 13. In order to get a pass to play in that week 13, you got to at least been 3-0 once. So your chances are this week and next week if you don't have at least one ball in the bucket. And we'll do our picks in the final segment coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They bring you Lance's Lock every week, and they also bring you great coverage of your house when it comes to heating, cooling, and plumbing.
Yeah, absolutely, Dunaway. If something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, right or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
More of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 in just a second. This segment of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, Brownie.
Wellness is very, very important to everyone, and it goes beyond just what you can see on the outside. A lot of times it's what you can see on the inside. That's why Element Wellness is taking care of all of that. ElementWellness.me for more information. It's under the same roof right there, Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, just off 119 and 280. They've got things like IV vitamin therapy that helps with increased energy, cryotherapy, which helps the body heal, infrared sauna, which can take care of cellular health and wound healing, red light therapy, wrinkles and scars, holistic nutrition consulting, which just makes you feel better and operate better. All of that under one roof at elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me.
Brian Kelly's got a tough task this week at LSU. On the road at Arkansas, LT's been calling an Arkansas win, not just a cover, a win outright all week long. Here's Brian Kelly on how he can relight the fire for his team coming down after a big win.
How are you going to keep the fire lit under these guys during the final stretch of the season?
Well, if they're asking me to keep the fire lit, we're in trouble. This is really about, I've never been a guy that subscribes to the theory that it's my job to motivate them. It's their job to motivate themselves. And so building that kind of intrinsic motivation through their preparation is my job. I need to prepare them. That's my job. And through preparation, they'll build confidence that they're ready to play. But if I got to go give rah-rah speeches and do all that kind of stuff, we're going to be an up-and-down football team.
LSU, by the way, is good for Brian Kelly. He looks younger.
He really does. I don't know if it's that visor and the hoodie. I don't know if that's what it is.
It could be more money, too.
It's all that dancing.
More
all the dancing.
More talent on that roster.
I do like what he's saying right there.
I do, too.
mean, that's an honest assessment. Look, if I got to emotionally motivate them every week, we're going to lose games.
Yeah, look, these kids have an opportunity to not only win an SEC championship, to get to a college football playoff and win a national championship. They control everything in front of them. And a lot of this is Jaden Daniels. The defense has played good. It's not great, but it's played good. But Jaden Daniels, his first 6 games, 10 total touchdowns. His last 3 games, 14 total touchdowns and 0 turnovers. He's playing clean football. And, again, I am blown away the level he is playing at right now.
I think Zach's right. I think he's dropped some LBs, too.
That's what it looks like. I was about to say, before Rockstar gives us the Pick 3 song again, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings, the rare move to Louisiana and lose weight.
I don't know. With that food, I do not know how you drop weight.
But what is more, do you think you'd be heavier if you lived in Chicago or New Orleans?
That Cajun food and Creole food is so heavy.
I mean, just the sauces with everything you eat down there.
Yeah.
And it's either fried or covered in just sauce.
But Chicago is too cold to walk around in. I'm not even sure he lived in Chicago. Anyway, close, up north, all that kind of stuff.
Close
in
enough.
New Orleans, everybody's burning calories because they're walking everywhere.
That is true about New Orleans. Like, I've gone down there. I'll never forget Alabama, Ohio State, like in 14 in the playoffs.
That's when you called the girl sweetie, right?
I think that was the trip where I called the girl sweetie. But I remember eating everything I could touch down there because I like that food, and thinking when I got home I've probably gained 15 pounds. But we walk so much because you can't drive down there when those games are in town.
Editor's note: LSU's in Baton Rouge, not New Orleans.
Well,
Chicago's Notre Dame's in South Bend, not Chicago.
They get it close enough, though.
Close enough, yeah. All right, time now, Rockstar. The Pick 3 brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Pick 3, it's time for the Pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a Pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the Pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for Pick 3.
And our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, 12 locations in the Birmingham, Central Alabama area, including those new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports, atmosphere, and wings around. Place to be football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings. Takeout also available through that Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
I'm calling it. Rockstar has the toughest trio of games to pick this week.
Good job, Rocky.
Me too. The Rockstar pool, LSU -3.5 against Arkansas. We know what you think.
Yep.
Brownie, how do you think that game plays out?
I don't know. When Conor O'Gara started talking about Arkansas maybe having quarterback issues, I don't guess I was aware it was that close.
Do not want to see Malik Hornsby under center.
No. So, I mean, that would give me pause, but it's very college football for LSU to lose this game. I think I've talked myself into Arkansas here.
Another tricky one in Rockstar's pool over there. Louisville and Clemson, Death Valley -7.5. Another one you've been hinting all week. Could be an outright loss for the Clemson Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, Louisville 4 straight wins with 4 straight covers, and they're doing it forcing turnovers. They forced an FBS high 15 turnovers over the last 4 games. Now, I know 8 were against Wake Forest, but they're plus 10 turnovers, plus 10 in turnover margin over those 4 games. That's why they're 4-0. And on the other side, Clemson's been a little sloppy with the football.
They haven't. How bad do you think they would have to struggle for him to go to Klubnik in this game? It seems like
quick hook.
Yeah, it seems like a quick hook, right? I mean, he struggled a lot before he went to him in South Bend. He was very hesitant to go to him against Syracuse. You got to think that leash gets shorter and shorter.
DJ last 2 games, 23 QBR. He's been bad.
He's been awful.
And keep in mind, DJ Uyunglele has eligibility left. He's going to play college football again somewhere next year. He's not going to the pros.
Would you want him as a transfer, if that's what you're suggesting?
I mean, he's either going to be on that roster or somewhere else. He's not going to be in the NFL, right? He's not going to leave.
No, I cannot see him as an NFL.
And he's not going to be starting for Clemson next year.
The other one in the Rockstar bracket is North Texas and UAB, where we play the Blazers at 5.5. Senior day at Protective Stadium. Go support that great senior class.
Looks like Dylan Hopkins has been cleared and is going to get the start here, from what I'm being told. So Zeno, who played pretty well, I thought. Saturday.
Yeah, I didn't play bad.
Yeah.
But, this is all about Dwayne McBride running the football. And at home, they've already lost 1 home game. Find it hard to believe they're going to lose 2. That number might come into play, but I would lay it.
We'll give you our picks in the final segment quickly through the last 2 brackets here. Reaction on all these games. The Lunsford pool, Missouri and Tennessee -20.5. Does anybody think Missouri covers?
I do not. In fact, I'll have Tennessee in my pick 3 in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee's 6-1 against the number as a favorite this season.
I feel like Missouri gets that inside that number. Maryland and Penn State -10.5.
Interesting
For some
game.
reason, I'm leaning to the Terps here.
I am too, Jim. I think that's a very interesting game for Penn State right there, LT. I don't know, man. This team's been a little bit Jekyll and Hyde. Obviously, playing at home 2:30 kick helps them a little bit.
You guys will love this. Maryland 2-16, their last 18 against the number versus top 15 teams. They've been awful. They've lost 29 straight to top 15.
App State -1.5 on the road in Huntington against Marshall. They're really good Sun Belt game there. Sort of like Marshall at home there, getting points. In the Forrester bracket, that great TCU-Texas game where it seems like everybody in America is picking Texas down -6.5.
I like them. I like Texas.
Me too. I think this comes to an end.
Oklahoma -7.5 at West Virginia, and Wisconsin -1.5 at Iowa to go with our 3 pools. That's everything that you can play today. And the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. So go jump in on those games, and you can do that right now online at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com again this week and next week. You got to go 3-0 at least one. If you don't have a ball in the bucket yet, just have a chance to play Week 13 to win the grand prize. All right. When we come back, we'll give you our picks for the week, re-update the standings for you, and a lot more as we continue on today. The show brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, getting those gutters capped the right way.
Yeah, call my good friend Chris Stewart today. Look, the leaves are falling. The last thing you want to do on weekends is get that dangerous ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call today, 205-823-2212, or for more information online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, final segment of the week here. Week 11 coming up. Season's flying by. Good basketball happening tonight if you want to catch some of that. But then kick back and enjoy the broadcast tomorrow, 9 to 10 on our video platforms. We'll do our pregame show. Are we shooting for after the Auburn game tomorrow night, after the Alabama game?
I think after the Auburn game, keep an eye on after the Alabama game, see what happens there. But I think after the Auburn game is probably our post-game show.
So that's what we're looking for tomorrow night on our post-game show. Pre-game, though, always 9 Central as you watch us tomorrow morning. Some final thoughts on some of the games. We always give you our picks here. Our Pick 3 standings in the Buffalo Wild Wing Pick 3 has Browning and LT tied for first, slightly above 500, each with 1 ball in the bucket, so they'll be able to play the championship round. I'm at even 15-15, but I got 2 balls in the bucket and all in the championship round coming up in a couple of weeks. All right, let's go with me at the bottom. I'll start us off. I like my slate this weekend. I like Oklahoma minus 8.5 at West Virginia. I like the Sooners to play big there. I'll take Marshall plus the 1.5 versus Appalachian State. Really good Sun Belt game. And then Georgia Tech, what Coach Key has done over there since our buddy Jeff Collins got dismissed. He has done a wonderful job as the interim coach. It'll be interesting to see if he ends up getting a look at the head coaching spot. -1.5 as they play host to Miami in the ATL. Those are my 3 plays this weekend. LT?
I am taking the Gus Bus, Central Florida +1.5.
I like that game.
Knocking Tulane off. Alabama -11.5. I'm going to be stubborn here. I'm going to continue to lay it on the road. And I am taking Texas, giving TCU that first loss.
I think that's a 3-0. I like that a lot.
Thank you.
Speaking of
Don't erase it.
Speaking of stubborn, I have been stubborn with this team, so I'm going to go against them. Lance, Colorado +34.5. I have taken USC.
You can't play this Friday night game.
Looks like the animal cracker version.
Well, I didn't know we were limited to anything. I can't play a Friday night game, Jim. I'll replace.
No, we never have, right?
I didn't think there were any
have,
rules.
It's always been a Saturday.
Yeah, I didn't think there were. I thought we could play anything we wanted.
At this point, you're supposed to hang up on yourself so we can't get your replacement pick.
I used to get upset about that, didn't I? Tennessee -20.5. Am I allowed to play that one, Mr. Taylor? And Texas.
These are rules that were established years ago.
Well,
and I'm saving you anyway because USC is going to whip that ass tonight.
Well, I keep thinking that with USC, and they can't stop anybody late, Lance. And Texas -7.5. I'll come up with another game.
Is that a Longhorn or is that 5th grade reproduction graphic?
Yeah, get them.
Hey, their post that thing they built in the stadium looks like a female uterus. It looks like the
Not
team,
a male uterus?
It looked like
Sorry.
I mean, this last segment. It looks like the team is getting birthed when they come out on the field.
It really does. It really does.
It's kind of weird. I think they. I don't think they thought that would quite through.
You pointed it out one week, and I can't unsee it.
You can't unsee it once you think uterus. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to LT for about
I'll find
40
one more
seconds.
game.
You find one more game.
Okay,
we'll come
Jim.
back to you. In the game tonight, though, USC 1-8 versus 8-1. Brown can't play it, but the Trojans trying to. Do they have to get style points too tonight?
I think they do. And I mean, look, Lincoln Riley's a style point guy anyway, but this Colorado offense is awful. I know how bad the defense is. The Buffs are producing 15.6 points per game. They can't score. And USC still has a lot of athletes. Eric Gentry should be coming back on that defense tonight, which is going to be huge for the pass rush, and one of the best linebackers in coverage. I just think the way Caleb Williams is playing right now, they're going to name the score against Colorado, and I don't think Colorado's going to have a lot of success scoring against this USC defense. This is an opportunity for the defense to build a little confidence.
Don't forget today, Veterans Day Parade happening, but at Kerrigan's 4 to 6, you can see our friends with the Budweiser Clydesdales. They'll be there 4 to 6 tonight. And then tomorrow in the Lakeview District, 2 to 4, hitched up, and photo availability is there with the beautiful Clydesdales. And then Sunday up at the Coleman Christmas Market. Brown's pick is Utah -24.5.
I'll never hear the end of this if Colorado covers and Utah doesn't.
You give me credit for caring way more about this than I do. I care only about the upset alert. That's all I'm focused on.
That's not even you who does it. It's another dude.
Well, I like his work, though. He's really good at what he does.
I wish I lived in a world I could only care about one thing on Tuesday. Oh, Rockstar. I got to care about every segment
Yeah,
here.
you got every segment of every day and post-show.
Hey, if you don't do that, you can't be a martyr.
Oh,
that's right. That's right. All right, fun show today. Thanks for everyone being with us, including Tyler Watts in studio, Conor O'Gara, who joined us from Saturday Down South, and our buddy Henry Toa, part of our NIL deal with him before they started their trip over to Oxford, Mississippi. We are back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central, but again, on our 4-hour show, live show, on all of our platforms. We're back with you Monday at 9 a.m. Central then. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.